Okay, morning everybody. Morning to the gallery and anybody that's watching us online for our general meeting for the month of November, the 22nd of November. And I'll go now to leave of absence or apologies. Note that the Mayor is leave of absence.
Acting Mayor, yep. We need to formally move. So the first leave of absence, in accordance with the legislation, finished at the end of last month. The Mayor has submitted a medical certificate and requested an extension to the leave of absence. So that can only be dealt with at the first ordinary meeting, the standing committees, because they don't carry the delegation. So under the Local Government Act 2009, Council would be, if it so chooses, required to pass a formal resolution today for an extension to the leave of absence.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So I will move that we accept the extension of the leave of absence of the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Henson. All those in favour?
Yep, in favour.
In favour?
That will need a 3-month leave of absence.
3 months leave of absence extension. Yep. Okay. We've got moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Henson. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to ask Pastor Lyle to come forward now for prayers for the day. Thank you.
I see you've got Glenn von Hoff there, but Glenn rang me up and asked me could I come and take his place today, so hence I'm here. So good morning everybody, and Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors and council staff in here. And at 8:30 this morning, my PA texted me and said, remember you're on council prayers this morning. And I knew yesterday, I was looking at my notes, and so 8:30 I was watching TV, having my cereal, and I had the quickest shower I've ever seen. So council I never use much water today having my shower, so so I set a record. But it's good to be here, and great rain, hey, we just need some more, and so we're praying for that. And just as we obviously pray for council here and councillors all the time, our church and the other churches in Kingaroy, especially the KDMA. And so we actually respect your role here, you guys do, and you really, you know, you're the place that makes you're the thing that makes the place happen. It's great to see all the work around town going on, and, you know, it's a nuisance, but it's great. And the place is looking better and better, which is what we want to do, because we want to see Kingaroy enhanced, don't we? And you're doing a great job at doing that. So thank you. There's a verse in the Bible that says, if you lack wisdom, ask God and he'll give it to us. And so today I'm praying that God will give you councillors wisdom as you do the work of the region, South Burnett region, looking after the place. And, you know, just driving around the towns, I get around a fair bit, and the place is looking so good over the last few years, all the work in the different towns. So congratulations, and to the council staff, it really does look good. So I just want to bow our heads this morning and just pray a blessing over the council meeting today. And I think you've got a citizenship, what do you call it, service ceremony later on too. So we'll pray for both of those. So Father, we thank you for this day, and Father, I want to thank you for the councillors that are here representing this South Burnett region, and that they've been elected by the people, and we thank you, Lord, as they serve in this capacity, that they do it, Lord, to bring the best for our community. And we thank you for their hearts to see our community enhanced and prospering and growing as a community. We thank you that we are a community where people can come and be part of it. And we thank you that so many are moving to this region, and we thank you they're coming because they see something of value in this region. So we continue to pray for the council, pray for all the council workers and those out and about doing the various jobs, and we pray for safety for them and protection as they work, improving the roads and doing all the construction areas that are happening. And so we thank you for that. And so we pray for wisdom, Lord, for council for the day, for decisions they have to make. We pray for the citizenship ceremony later on. And we just ask, Lord, we thank you that these people are coming and putting their roots down in our nation and wanting to be part of our nation and what we stand for. So we thank you for that. And we continue to pray your goodness over this region, peace over this region, and as we come up towards Christmas, that the peace of the Lord Jesus will be spread abroad in the hearts of our community in the South Burnett. And we thank you for that in Jesus' name. Amen. So thank you for having me, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Pastor, for filling in at such short notice. And yeah, I'll pass on. Yeah, that's right. I'll just let Mr. Bonoff know that you've done a very good job standing in and filling in for him. So. Okay. Thanks very much. Enjoy your day. Okay, we move now to the recognition of the traditional owners, and I'll ask Councillor Duff to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Declarations of interest, councillors, have we got any there? Very good. Okay. We'll move on now to deputations and petitions, which we have none of. We'll go to agenda item 7, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. And the recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of October 2023 be received and the recommendations therein be accepted. Do I have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Questions or comments, councillors? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, 8, we have notices of motion, and I would like to move that we bring item 13.1 forward and followed by 8.1 in the late additions to our meeting and deal there because we have a notice of motion in regards to that from Councillor Duff. So I would like to move that we bring those two items forward now and deal with them, seconded by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? 13.1, it's around the dog registrations, and 8.1. 13.1 is in the late agenda items, and it should be on page 5 in the late agenda, and 8.1 should be on the front, 8.3, or page 3, sorry, in the late additions to the late reports. So 8.1 is notice of motion, dog hobbyists and dog exhibitors on page 3 in your late agenda reports. And 13.1 also is around local laws and everything else to deal with that. Okay, so if 13.1 is addressed and we deal with that, depending on the way the vote goes, 8.1 becomes null and void. Not yet. So is everyone comfortable with what we're looking at and what I'm referring to? So I've moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Henson. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So we will now go to our late agenda items, and 13.1 will be the first item that we deal with. And I will go to, sorry. Yep. It's one page in, Councillor, in the late reports. So you've got 8.1 at the front, notice of motion, and then 13.1. 23-24 dog registrations. Yep. So that's the one we're going to deal with first, 13.1. So I'll hand over now to GM Daryl, and Daryl can put some feedback around this.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. So obviously we've got the report there on the dog registrations, and obviously we've had quite an extensive debate in relation to dog registrations, cat registrations, different permit systems, various dog responsible animal management initiatives. What we've come back with today is because the dog registrations are now due on the 1st of December and Council has not yet set dog registration fees for this financial year due to those ongoing discussions, it's come to a point where we now have to approve dog registrations so we can get the renewals out to the dog owners. So the report basically indicates that we adopt the fees from last financial year, that the dog registration boundaries remain unchanged, that we look at reverting the dog registration period back to the financial year, not this 1st of December to the 30th of November, which we've had in the past, and we've got consensus from our internal stakeholders in relation to that. So the fees would be charged on a pro rata basis from the 1st of December to the 30th of June 2024, and that the notice of motion that was there regarding the hobbyist breeders be considered as part of the current local law review that is commenced. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Darryl. Councillor Potter was first there, and then we'll go to Councillor Duff.
Thank you. With regards to the local law review on the dogs, I just want to make sure that if we've got any of those hobbyists and breeders and things like that, they're not going to be, because I know we are looking into extending that and maybe putting extra dogs for the particular breeders if they're registered. So I just want to make sure that these breeders won't have anything against them if they come and try and sort of register extra animals during this time. Or what have they been doing so they can have their extra animals on their property in this space?
Through you, Acting Mayor. So basically it's a case-by-case situation. Obviously, we need to make sure they're complying with any planning requirements for breeding or kennels or anything like that. But basically, if it's outside the designated registration area, well then, and they're not causing a nuisance, we haven't really gone out of our way to licence or permit them. So, so it's been a bit of a silent issue with us. But obviously, we can review that as part of our local law process.
Just Acting Mayor, just before we go to Councillor Duff, the local law review, so just so Councillor's aware, we've been chasing this one down for some considerable period of time, as councillors would be aware. We've got the audit on the current local laws, and they're just actually we're ready to go. So we'll have an update report to the December ordinary. There's 2 local laws that have been identified that are. Who would have thought? In 2008, we adopted a model meeting local law that has slipped into the annals of history, and it's been overtaken by the current legislation, but it still is live and exists, so it needs to be repealed. And I think the other one, we should have a harbour one, but we don't. But we have actually a local law on cane trains, believe it or not. So, so the first stage will be in the December report. We'll recommend repealing those 2. The animal management local laws are based on the model local laws, and as part of the previous resolutions, and Darryl referred to internal stakeholders, just through the process of reviewing the local laws and looking, we haven't been able to go out to external stakeholder engagement on this over the last 3 months, it would be, literally while we've unscrambled the local law egg. The actual model local law which is number 2, animal management local laws, the model local law itself is actually quite good. It's based on the model. It pretty much does everything that we want it to do. Where the rubber hits the road is in the schedules and the local laws, and this will pick up your breeders and all your other bits and pieces. So the first stage will be the workshop, have a workshop with councillors, and then this will all be with December ordinary report, is have a workshop with councillors to go through those schedules. Once we've got the local law, because the local law will drive the permit structure for your animals. So just to give an update. So the local law, and I don't know if it was going to be raised in business outstanding table, but the local law review, been considerable effort put into getting the audit to this point. So the easy job is to get rid of the 2 that are now irrelevant. And then there's a fair old complicated process as far as, of course, a local law by its very name is a law and has to be gazetted and arranged. So it'll need to be done as we go through.
Thanks, CEO. Councillor Duff.
There's a few things. One was through you, Acting Mayor. So the undertaking in that when I moved that original notice of motion, there was a counter motion that said that, and it went through unanimously, that we undertake community consultation on council's animal management functions, including dog registration fees, categories and registration areas, potential introduction of an animal management charge in lieu of dog registrations, responsible animal management initiatives and cat registrations, and then a report be brought back to the October infrastructure meeting, environment and compliance, after the community consultation process has been completed. So obviously that didn't take place. That's what you said. But that was, when that was moved and seconded, the council believed that that was going to happen. So now you're saying that the local laws are more relevant, or this, we didn't do it because we didn't have time, or?
No, that was the explanation I just gave, which was that the local laws and the schedule in the local laws will take precedent. So if council goes out and community engages and comes up with an idea, then it's in contradiction to either the current local law or the future local law. It won't hold any legal weight. So the local law has overtaken, and council's been chasing that local law review, which is a just trying to think. There's a considerable level of expertise required in local law, which we haven't had on staff for a long period of time, and so they are, again, I'm repeating myself, they are by nature local law. So the local law needs to be done right. Yes, certainly the intent of council's resolution has been respected as far as the internal stakeholder engagement has started, or has got us to this point. The external stakeholder engagement will. We weren't ready. We just didn't have the local law review audit done, finished by October. I think General Manager Darryl answered a question last month that we would be bringing it back to this meeting. So we've just got to this point where we are with the local law, and this is intertwined in that local law review.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. But just, I would have thought that this particular original motion that I moved, the notice of motion around the Nanengo dog group, wanted to actually have this, Nanengo Kennel Club actually wanted this put forward as a permit system. Like, I didn't think that the local law would get down to that kind of detail, because as you said, it's generic. So we've got a very detailed, specific dot point suggestion here about what could happen with hobbyists, breeders and dog exhibitors. Why does that need to go through a local law process as opposed to just doing something that's specific to hobbyists, breeders and dog exhibitors in our particular region?
I'm happy to. The schedules, so the local laws themselves are based on a model. So be it cemeteries, be it, so the actual body of the local, I'll make sure you can hear, the actual body of a local law, the schedules that are attached to the local law gives you a greater degree of flexibility. And again, a little bit has been a rediscovery of what we can do. So the schedules in local law number 2 are prohibition on keeping animals, requirement to approving to keeping an animal, requirement to dissex, minimum standards for keeping animals generally, minimum standards for the keeping of particular animals, prohibition of animals in public space, dog off-leash areas, requirement for proper enclosures, requirement for keeping a dog in a koala areas, criteria for dangerous animals, conditions for sane, designation of a town area, which is part of this whole discussion, and then a dictionary about what it all means. The schedules actually will drive a lot of what council wants.
So I've had complaints through you, Acting Chair, from the both the Burnett Kennel Club and the Nanengo Kennel Club about the fact that this has been going on for ever since, I think it was the best part of it since amalgamation, that we haven't been able to get an outcome. So what you're saying is that when we do the review of the local laws, that we can get down to that kind of detail about what is to happen with a permit system, and that's got to go through a local law, that council can't do that as a separate, just what we decide to do for our region.
What you want out of the local law is that it is inconsistent with the local law, so that when you go to do something, that it carries no legal weight because it's inconsistent with the local law, and council will have to enforce its local laws.
So, okay, so what you're saying, through you, Acting Chair, is that we need to get the local law bedded down with this type of stuff we'd like to see happen with this permit system, and then provided it ticks the boxes in the new local law after we've done the review, then we can introduce that. But we can't introduce it prior because there's no mechanism to have that kind of like plan in our or permit system unless we have a different type of local law included in our, as part of the review. Is that what you're saying? Okay. And just one more, sorry, back to. So Councillor Potter was keen to have, look at boundary changes, remember, because there was some concern. So now what we're saying is that we're just going to go with the current boundaries and look at that as that's separate to a local law. That's just a review of our boundaries, or is that part of the local law review as well?
The local law, Schedule 13, designates town areas. So it designates the boundaries.
Yeah. So then we have to change that as part of when we do our local law review. So that's why acting chair and acting mayor and chair is saying that once this particular resolution goes through, the second one is negated because we need to do that before we can do that.
And the second one, which is the notice of motion, feeds into the discussion. So one of the very first jobs that needs to happen once the local law report goes through is a workshop with council and then out to the public.
And that can include something like this. Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor, yeah, that's already incorporated in the officer's recommendation number 4, that the permit system for the hobbyists be considered as part of the current local law review. So it's on the public record that if this is what you adopt, that's what we have to do. So it will get picked up as part of that process.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mention before that nowhere in here, I know we've discussed it before, but we have apartment blocks, we have elderly people, and according to our rules and regulations on dog ownership, in an apartment block of, say, 20 people, only 2 people in that apartment block are allowed to have a dog. So, and especially when we've got, you know, the talk of, you know, retirement villages and things like that maybe happening in our area, we're going to have a lot more people wanting to have dogs in their units. And I'm just wondering whether, I mean, we've talked about it here, but I've never ever seen anything on paper in black and white with regards to that. And I think it's something we really need to look into because we've got the elderly people. We all know dogs are really good for your mental health. So I'm just wondering whether that can be included in this. I'm more than happy if we can add this to the officer's recommendations here right now, because then I can see it in black and white at long last. Thank you.
Any suggestions on what you want in there, Councillor Potter, as a dot point, or work with GM or CEO?
I'm quite happy. Daryl's probably got some thoughts and ideas with regards to this, but yeah, because I don't know how it's going to be written, but I'm quite happy if you want to.
So you're wanting something done that people can have more dogs at the moment in units until, like, we're taking this through to the end of the financial year, and then we have discussions and all that, and that's possibly when so it's a matter of 6 or 7 months, or 7 or 8 months, and then we can adjust the local laws and all that sort of stuff, or do you want 100% you want something in there right now that the change could be made? And how long would that take to implement, Daryl, if that was a possibility?
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor, once again, this form part of the local law review because we identify areas that are registered, how many dogs you are kept and you're permitted to keep. So if you want to change that intensity for different types of accommodation, well then that's something that we'd probably need to capture as part of the subordinate local law.
I'm quite happy for that to be part of the local law review if that's okay with my fellow councillors. I mean, let's face it, we waited this long, but as long as we can write something down here, whether it's as part of point 4, I'm quite happy to do that, but I'm quite happy for it to be part of the local law review if that's going to suit GM.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor.
Yeah,
GM, do you want to help tee out to get something in
Yes, I think
there
it's
to
the
cover that?
introduction of a permit system for hobbyist breeders and dog exhibitors and dog registrations structure for multiple units or multiple dwellings. Yeah, something along those lines.
So you're happy with that, Councillor Potter, with that addition?
Yeah, for multiple units.
Councillor Shoemaker?
me.
Very sorry, Councillor Erkins, I couldn't see your microphone.
I'm actually happy to support this, but one of the things that I just want to make sure, we're talking then about community consultation and meetings with us. I personally would prefer that we do the community consultation before we have our meetings, so that when we're deciding and putting our points forward, that we actually understand what our community want. I don't want to make our decision and then go and try and sell it to the community. I'd rather have that input from the community prior to our meeting, so we are understanding of what their thoughts are. And I understand that will be our community consultation will definitely be prior to the 30th of June, Mr. CEO. Is that right, Ben? Yep. Thank you. Just confirming that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions. I did actually go over the local laws in relation to keeping of animals, and Schedule 1 states that for a dog, so I'm on page 8 of Subordinate Local Law 2, Schedule 1, the provisions around dogs, it says, item F says more than 6 dogs over the age of 3 months on an allotment which has an area of more than 60,700 square metres and is not designated in a town area. And then when you read on in Schedule 2, it provides some further detail, sorry, not Section 6. In Section 4, in Schedule 4, it provides further details around the minimum standards for keeping animals generally, around, you know, that wastewater has to be managed, food scraps have to be managed, any enclosures to be properly kept and maintained in a clean and sanitary way, and that we must take all reasonable steps to prevent the animal from making any noise or disturbance. I guess I'm stating this because I believe in some ways this could potentially be a head of power for your permit for up to 6 dogs, and for breeders. And what I understand is at the moment, you know, we've got the permit fee in our schedule, which is $200 and something, $295 for the year, $295 pension. I've got that right. So I'm wondering, can we not use the existing local law as the head of power that allows breeders to keep dogs, up to 6 dogs, with a simple policy that speaks to our existing local laws, noting that the local law review is going to take some time, and noting that we have had pressure from breeders and the like who are keeping in excess of our current, you know, numbers of dogs, and actually just want to do the right thing and get a permit, make sure they're following the right practices, make sure council does come and check on them. I'm thinking, is there some sort of, what I would like to propose in the officer's recommendation is that we introduce, that the team draft a policy as per local law number 2, Animal Management 2011. Schedule 1 that permits dog owners, or breeders perhaps I should say, to keep more than 6 dogs over the age of 3 months on an allotment which has an area of more than 60,700 metres squared and is not, so T, 60,700 metres squared, and is not in a designated town area, and speaks to the requirements for keeping animals. And that this policy basically comes back to council for endorsement so that we can actually enact that fee. So CEO Mark, I know that probably needs some work in terms of fitting into the motion, but my thinking is use the existing local law as the head of power to give those people who are meeting those basic requirements under existing local law the assurance that they can pay their permit fee. They're not exceeding council's current laws, and while we undertake the local law review. So I'm open to your feedback on that.
Yep. What we might do, councillors, if we put on that comes back in December with the local law review, because without me shooting from the hip, I suspect some of our trouble, well, I'll say again, this permit's been issued and has been issued under this local law for more than or up to 3 dogs or more than 3 dogs. Some of the ones will fall into the designated town area maps. Therein lies the conflict with the current local law. But yeah, if we bring that bit back, if we just put to come back to the December ordinary, and then we can roll it into the local law and sort of try and fast track it.
Certainly, I just appreciate that, those local laws, we've been talking about reviewing them since 2020 when I started as a councillor. Like, it's been a constant conversation about the need for review. The fact that you've said there's a caned legislation when a cane train's never actually run through the region, as well as, meeting provisions that have been outdated by current legislation, states the importance of that review. I'm just mindful we have had numerous responses, petitions from local breeders who are worried that council's going to come and take their dogs away, and they are genuinely wanting to do the right thing by getting that permit. We've got the fee. Can we find a way to use our current law to make that happen, noting that there will be some exceptions, and go from there?
Councillor Erkins, Councillor Henson first, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Acting Mayor. Just probably a comment, and one thing that I think really needs to be taken into consideration here in point 5 in relation to, point 4 in relation to the structure and for multiple units be considered. You talk community consultation. I think probably a priority there in those circumstances for people that own those dogs, because if they've got 6 or 12 units there, and then all of a sudden they have occupants that are allowed dogs, they've got 12 dogs in their room. So I think that just needs to be noted and be well aware when we have that conversation that they take priority to people that own those dwellings. Thank you.
That's right, councillor. Yeah, we can make the decision and change the local law, but it's up to the individual owner, and they can put a ban on dogs or animals or anything like that. It's entirely up to them. Councillor Erkins?
Can I just say that you, under the Residential Tenancies Act, I don't believe you can stop a tenant from owning a dog. So I think we really, as a council, probably need to fall in line with that in that thing. And most people would have, if you're looking at units, would get a dog, would allow dogs in there that are suitable for the unit. If you're in a small unit, I don't think many people would be looking to have, big dogs. They're more smaller dogs. But I do know that you can, under the Residential Tenancies Act, you can no longer discriminate against somebody having an animal. Just, if I can just ask, Bart, the draft policy, that's coming back to the December meeting. Is the whole lot coming back to the December meeting, or are we?
There'll be the audit of the local laws, and first cab up the rank is get rid of the 2 that have become superseded, and then there will be the following. So there'll be thinking a report on how to progress them, and to create or amend a local law. There is a fair process. So
No, I don't know if I'm asking the right question there.
no, then what are you asking?
The officer's recommendation to retain, I can't actually read that. Retain the animals. So the first 4 points there, are we actually voting on that? Or are we voting on the 5 points? Does that mean the 5 points are coming back to the December ordinary meeting, or are we actually approving the first 4?
First 4 and then 5 will come back with the local law review. Yep.
Thank you.
So last chance to speak, Councillor Duff.
I just wanted to Acting Mayor, that the dog registration boundaries remain unchanged is in the recommendation, and then down the bottom we've got that certain things be discussed in the local law, and I know that Councillor Potter wanted the dog boundaries to be looked at, so do we need to actually put that in as one of those things that we want discussed as part of the local law review, or will that happen as a given?
You can put it in there, but I would expect that to happen. But if you want to add it, Councillor Duff, feel free, because this is the last chance
Well,
we get to.
I think we need to add it because we've added specifics, and that's one I know Councillor Potter was keen to see looked at, and so we don't want to overlook that. So if we could add that dot point, add that in with number 4, just that, and the boundaries, registration boundaries. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, there you go. You've got your recommendation right there. Is everybody happy with that? Okay, if so, I'll call for a mover. Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Erkins. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So that now makes item 8.1 null and void, Mr CEO. We don't have to deal with that.
And 8.1 will fall into the feedback for
Yep.
the local law review.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go back to our normal agenda and we move on to item number 9.1, business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting, and the officer's recommendation that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Do I have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconder. Councillor Duff. Comments and questions, councillors? All good. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, item 10.1. We have the South Burnett Regional Council operational... Sorry? Yeah, that's right. South Burnett Regional Council Operational Plan 22-23, first quarter review. So it's there for everyone to have a look at on 94, page 94. So do we have a mover? Sorry, I better read the recommendation. Yeah, I did. That the South Burnett Regional Council Operational Plan 22-23, first quarter review be adopted as presented. Do I have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Erkins. There's no further question. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether we should change that wording to, because there's a few things in that sort of going through it that I sort of don't know whether they actually should be in there. So whether we should amend that now, or I'd probably get CEO's opinion with regards to this. If we want to change anything in that review now or take anything out or add it in, do we talk about this now or do we...
Is there anything specific, Councillor,
there is actually.
So do you want to identify that and we'll have a chat about it?
I think it's on page 20... I've got it here. So it's in the communities section. And if I remember rightly, I'm just trying to figure out what page it was in, but I think it's about page, I've got page 122 here, but it may not be. So it's on the 30th of September 23, it's with regards to the, sorry, we've got paperwork all over the place here. It's investigate partnerships between council and service providers facilitating assistance in homeless persons. It's OPL /20. Yep, bottom of page 120, thank you. And then top of page 121 for the rest of that. There's just some wording in there that I don't know whether we've actually discussed or whether it should be in there or not. So just wondering whether that can be taken out? Because I know we're already working in this space, trying to sort of figure out with the community and community organisations. And I know we're looking at it's even in the minutes today about the Queensland Health Building, but it's got in here from the South Bennett Alliance for the purpose of providing a homelessness drop-in centre, and I don't believe that we ever discussed that in council with regards to that. So I'm just wondering if that wording can be taken out.
The last sentence, Councillor.
Yeah, because well, we're already investigating the Queensland Health Building, so that could probably stay in there and just say from the South Bennett Alliance for a drop-in centre. Yeah, from the word from onwards. Because it's a fact that we're already investigating, so that can stay in there. So that wording then would have to be changed as amended in the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you. It's quite a lengthy report. Thank you to the general managers and the teams who have provided this extensive report on the work that council has done in trying to achieve its budget and its strategic objectives. So thank you. Clearly, it's been a giant start to the year. There is one area in particular, just through this report, that I would like to lean in a little bit on, and as a council, better understand. I am of particular concern about what we have done through our whole term of council has talked about the importance of our customer service charter and the importance of the systems that we have that underpins the work that council does. And we have invested in resources such as Tech One and CI Anywhere, and we've been trying to improve the digital capability of our organisation and of our operations for some time now. And I think we all know that when it comes to the budget, there's no fat. The only real space left for us to really try to scrutinise our operation is through operational delivery. And I know we've got our service delivery framework there that we're wanting to review in terms of what services we provide to the community, what they cost, what we know, what we can afford, and where the gaps are there. But just looking over this report, I am a little bit concerned about how we may be tracking in terms of our digital transformation as an organisation. And I am concerned because I know that in terms of some of the key areas, in particular as portfolio holder for planning, I know that this area, this systems, being able to provide the systems that our teams need to be efficient is really important. It's critical, in fact. It is the reason why we win or we lose development opportunities in our region. Customer service is equally as important, and I think the systems, the way in which I think everybody's on board in trying to respond to the numbers of requests that we get, but the reality is they get choked up in the system and things fall through the cracks. I would like to see, further to this report, that a report come back to council in relation to where we're tracking from a business transformation point of view, what we have invested over this term, and what we need to invest to actually get our systems humming. Sometimes you have to spend a little money to save a little money, and Councillor Duff speaks of this often. And I do think that this is one area where we are limping along. And this operational report demonstrates that there's been a hell of a lot of work going into the background with the resources that we have. But I am concerned we've got a very long way to go. And to really achieve those operational efficiencies, we need the systems. So my request is further to this report that a report come back in relation to where we're at on that digital transformation journey and how potentially we could fast track that. What needs to happen to get those early wins? How many wins we've had? I know, GM Susan, through your team, there have been some giant wins. I know centralised procurement is another area that clearly you're working on. I know the customer service platform, we've had some view of what it can do, and I know there are some capabilities to take some of our planning functions online, but there is clearly so much more work that needs to be done, and that is one area that I think is a real game changer, if not for this council, the next one. Thank you.
So, councillor, do you want anything added into the recommendation in regards to that?
Would you like me to add that in, CEO Mark, or would you like to take that on notice?
Whatever. Well, yeah, well, I suppose you could do it as a question on notice or just resolve that a report be brought back. So
Yeah,
I've got so it's a report on business transformation, review business transformation / review digital transformation, expenditure this term, what we need to do to fast track the systems going forward. So
Yes, the
to you, I'll
roadmap,
pop that
where
in.
we're at in the
Yep,
journey.
roadmap. Yep.
Yep, where, I'm not sure what language, maybe GM Susan, is there a specific language you're using to track that journey, or just so to be clear?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I don't think so. I think probably a roadmap would be the correct terminology there,
Yep.
councillor. That's what Tech One does use about their processes. So it's a roadmap leading to whatever. And again, it would be we'll bring that back, but it will be subject to a priority set by council as well as what you would like. But very happy to bring that report back.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions, councillors? If not, I'll ask Councillor Henson and Councillor Erkins if they are happy to move and second the motion as amended on page 120 with that few words taken out. Are you both happy with that? Thank you. So the recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council Operational Plan 22-23 first quarter review be adopted as amended. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. On to page 127. We have the monthly financial information, and the officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at the 31st of October 2023, be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Henson. Questions or comments, councillors?
Yep.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Just, you know me, I watch that capital like the back of my hand, and it worries me in reading this report that we've only spent 9% of our capital program to date. I know last report that there was some discussion about works in progress being finalised, and that there was still a number of carryover works from the year before, which you know I don't love, but I am willing to accept with the contract challenges that we face and the like. I'm just seeking an update in relation to the understanding where we're at in terms of capitalising last year's works in progress and where we're at in terms of this capital journey moving forward. We've got the only expenditure of 4.25 million, equating to 9.9% of our total budget is November. So I just want to be confident, as you will promise me, you'll be able to deliver this giant capital program that we have in queue for you, but some further information about capital, please. GM Susan.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Acting Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I read that report and I've discussed it with the ELT and also with General Manager Meehan, that I believe he's got supporting evidence or there that will answer your question. This report was generated as of the end of October, but there have been further advancements. So through you, if you would like to, GM Aaron could speak to it to appease your concerns, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Good morning, councillors. Just to provide a couple of updates in relation to that. So we're now tracking the capitalisation WIP that's outstanding monthly. We've got a large volume there that we're currently moving through. We were locked out of a period of time when the audit was on. So once we do a valuation or the valuer comes in, so Rose, for example, was locked out back in April, and then they'll start to commence capitalisation now. So during the financial statement process, that will be held. There's a couple of million going through. There's about 4 million going through this month, just in reseals alone, along with some other projects. So the team will make a conscious effort with finance to clear that in the coming months to reduce that number down to where it should be an appropriate number for the auditor. Just in relation to the program, just having a look through that, and Susan and I were having a chat before. Probably just a couple of comments, just probably from my area, from a larger area. We're seeing the program probably accelerate a bit earlier this year, so we are actually going not too bad. I'll just probably talk to a couple of those things. So our shoulder resheeting program is complete. Our reseals are currently 50% complete, and they're about 90% before Christmas. So you'll see that expenditure hasn't come through yet, but the likes of, say, like Haley Street, I think it's reporting $1,500. It was resealed a few weeks ago, along with some other projects, and the team is out at the moment. The other thing we're doing is we're assisting Leanne's team to do the rail trail reseal in conjunction with that program as well. So that way we're making sure we get a larger spend early in that. Our footpath and school projects are around 60% complete already, so the team is doing well. Probably just a couple of ones for us to talk to, which is probably diluting some of our numbers a little bit. So the Wandai project is currently budgeted at $2 million. That obviously will increase today if council resolves that. Tingora Chelmsford is at $2 million. Pavement rehabilitation, the major dig-outs is at $800,000. And also we have the flood damage complementary program, which is $2 million. So now that's something that we are nursing through to manage council's risk. That actually makes up 47% of your roads program, those 4 projects. So that does dilute a little bit down. So obviously with Wandai, Tingora, Chelmsford and the major pavement program coming on in the new year, we expect that will start to bring those numbers up. So we are monitoring closely, and yeah, it's something that is very much in the forefront of our mind, and we know that's of council's high interest to make sure we get through that program. There will be a second quarter review coming up where Kev will make some minor adjustments, and he'll also report on any projects that he thinks that might be of concern or delay. Obviously, there's 1 or 2. I think Staines Road is one that we're looking at the moment. Obviously, with cultural heritage and clearing and environmental and those sort of things that we have to work through. So, yeah, so that's the update for council. Thank you.
Thank you. And probably just GM Brooks in terms of parks, aerodromes, cemeteries. There are some line items here, I imagine, that have commenced. We're probably in a similar boat, but yeah, just would appreciate any update.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor, and certainly in the parks and even the airport space, there's been significant work being done in that space. So, as GM Jarvis indicated, this report was run a little while ago. So yeah, things are moving on, and as you can see around all the different parks and facilities, there is plenty happening. So yeah, that'll certainly catch up.
And just one, do you have a similar level of oversight in terms of the capitalisation of those projects as you go, rather than saving them all up to one big giant mess at the end?
Cool. Through the chair. So the oversight of those will sit with our asset team and infrastructure. So Mel will start following up with the
one team across the entire council.
Yeah,
Perfect. Good to hear.
put some controls in. So we'll start working through that with Leanne and her team in the coming weeks.
General Manager, and then we'll go to Councillor Ekins. Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor and Councillor, just draw your attention there to the capital. There's 4.5 million there from Plant and Fleet, which will come out that we're expecting delivery hopefully by the end of the financial year. But that again is out of the control of the staff there, even though they have been purchased, they've gone through the tender process, but it's about that delivery date. So that does skew the figures. And when I do the figures, I take that 4.5 million out when I'm looking at the capital, because that does influence some of that percentages as well.
Next GM, Councillor Ekins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. As much as I hate to admit I've got no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure there are many people in our many of our ratepayers who really don't understand the implications or what Councillor Shoemaker has asked. I just wonder if someone can just explain in pretty simple terms exactly the concerns that Councillor Shoemaker had and where they stand and how it actually affects our bottom line. So if you could just explain that, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Who's going to go first?
Well, I'll go. I'll go for the first one, which is. No, you're right, Susan. No, just for the explanation of the ratepayers, everything and the council, everything that has been done has sailed through audit and has been ticked off. So it's an internal. Yeah, it's an internal process for us. Yep.
Please don't get me wrong.
No.
I'm not doubting anything, but I'd just like to know why are we concerned about it? Does it affect us in our funding or our carrying out the job or, exactly? I'm not doubting that anything's been done
No.
wrong, but I'd just like to be able to understand it. And as I said, I'm sure a lot of our community also would be like me, because council finances are a lot different. I mean, I have run accounts and trust accounts for a lot of years, but coming into council, I realise that things are very, very different. And, I hear talk about why we can't do something and how it affects our bottom line and that. So I'm not asking for a great explanation, but something simple would be fine.
Well, as I said, these guys will talk a bit more about it, and I'll speak totally as a non-accountant. But totally and absolutely got that you weren't having a lap or saying anything wrong. But just to reaffirm, this is internal for us as far as how we do things. It doesn't affect the quality or the end result of the books. Yeah.
So it's about the capital works program that we committed to on through the operational plan. So the money that we provided to the staff to produce the capital works program, we want to make sure that they're going to be committed and able to spend all the money. Otherwise, we could have held back on some of that money and put it elsewhere. It's pretty much as simple as it gets.
Okay, thank you. That explains it quite well. Thank you.
Okay, so if we have no further questions, we'll go to the motion, and it is moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Henson, that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at the 31st of October 23, be received and noted. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. On to page 173, Council Resolution for repeated operational expenditure, sole suppliers and original equipment manufacturers. The officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council resolves it's satisfied that the registers of suppliers for repeated operational expenditure, sole suppliers and original equipment manufacturers contain suppliers that provide goods or services to council where the expenditure cannot be sourced traditionally via quotation, tender or expressions of interest. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Comments, questions, councillors? It's a 4-page report there. If not, we'll go Councillor Duff.
I
Yep.
just wanted to, if the officer could just explain in layman's terms what that means, that would be great. Thank you.
GM Susan.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor. Councillor, this is a statutory requirement there under the Act where it's allowing us the capacity not to go out for tenders for repeated operational expenditure that would tie us down operationally. We don't have the resources to do it. So it gives you the example on the other page. For example, the repeated operational expenditure is defined as a recurrent expenditure on goods and services which council experiences at regular intervals and is required for general operations. So where you see that list there, for example, repeated operational, there is membership of the Australian local government or things like that where we don't need to go out to tender because we get that annually. So that's basically what that means. And then there's 3 categories there. And then a sole supplier, source supplier. So it's defined as the only supplier that can provide the goods or services. So again, you look at the list there and it shows you a BOC or things like there that are constant suppliers there, and a lot of it I can't even read, it's so small, isn't it, as examples, but I did read through those. And then the other one is the original equipment manufacturer. So the OEM is defined as a company whose goods are used as components in the products of other companies there, which then sells the finished item to users. So OEM components are often required to be used to maintain warranty and aftermarket there. And again, there you look at like Paveline, was it AWB Australia Proprietary Limited, those. So that's there. It's just a legislative requirement that allows my procurement staff to keep the operations of council going through the year without having to follow the procurement process of going out to tender, assessing the tenders, appointing the tenders there. So is that clear there now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any Further questions? If not, we'll go straight to the vote. The recommendation is there in front of us, moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Erkins. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 11 is a portfolio for infrastructure, planning, works, construction and maintenance, water, wastewater, plant and fleet. 11.1, the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, 1, conduct further engagement with with each business providing a letter requesting them to utilise off-street parking locations and providing a map of alternate parking options. 2, meet with individual businesses on Drayton Street, Fitzroy Street to Drayton Street in early 24 to determine if there has been a change in the supply of car parking bays by business owners. And 3, contact both Stanwell Corporation, Meandew Mine and the bus company and find out how many workers park there and is it possible to liaise to find a more suitable place that does not impact on retail parking. So this is about the Nanango CBD Parking and Operations Community Consultation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Henson. Comments or questions, councillors? We're all over there in the community consultation. Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Mr Chair. I've had further complaints from businesses. Some businesses are getting quite agitated because of the mainly neighbouring businesses parking outside their shops and having their cars parked there all day. So I would like for that letter, I don't know whether it said that, but I would like that letter to go out really as soon as, sooner rather than later, because, you know, I don't know, and pointing out that if they can't come to an agreement leaving parking for customers, that council will have no option but to introduce limited parking times, because it is pretty unfair of a business to park their car in front of a neighbouring business and leave it parked there all day, especially for some of those businesses. You know, people just drive on. They won't stop and get their bread there. They'll go and get it somewhere else. But especially the chemists, I know that they have people with disabilities, and to walk a long way is an effort. So when somebody next door is parking there, it really makes it difficult for their customers. So I'd like that letter to go out and pointing maybe some of those things out to the businesses.
Manager James, have you got any input into this, or GM Aaron?
Yeah, through the chair, we're happy to make a time with the local councillor and walk the streets in the coming weeks to deliver it, if that's suitable for council.
Happy with that, councillor? Yep. So, Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor, just through you. Yeah, and that's a great comment, Councillor Erkins, but I think that's across our whole South Burnett. And we've had this discussion before, certainly in the Kingaroy precinct here, but perhaps along with that, only not just Nanango, perhaps council could issue a letter, media statement or something, just stressing the fact that, you know, employees and employers be responsible for their car parks outside their business houses and encourage their participation in that spot to try and be directed somewhere else, because I know that's been a big conversation here in Kingaroy. So yeah, I think it needs to be across our whole region.
It may be something that we can do. We're talking about Nanango specifically, yes, but point taken, well said. Every time we do community consultation in a town, it's always raised. So, Councillor Erkins, right or reply?
I believe we have introduced limited parking in Kingaroy, didn't we?
Through the chair, so council's resolved that, and as part of the local law review, we had the roads local law reviewed as part of that process. We'll be commencing that in the new year in conjunction with Beck's team to take that one forward so that we can put a permanent local law in place to implement that.
Will that cover the whole region, Aaron?
Yeah, through the chair, that's the purpose of that. Yeah, so we'll do a permanent local law for the whole of region, which will allow us to move forward with Kingaroy.
Very good. Okay, so if there's no further comments, we'll go to the vote. Moved by Councillor Erkin, second by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Page 178, the Wandai Roundabout and CBD Streetscape Project Development. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council approve the Bunya Highway roundabout drawings and design concepts subject to gaining the necessary approvals from the Department of Transport and Main Roads. 2, accept the funding option presented today with the total project value of $2.85 million, with an existing funding allocation of $700,000 from Works for Queensland and $800,000 council funds the project with an additional $880 from LRCI round 4B and from existing capital program available allocations. Reassign $275,000 from road reseals and $200,000 from major dig out program. And 3, approve the layout plan in accordance with concept plan option 1 with a single coloured exposed aggregate footpath surfacing. Now I'll go to GM Aaron and Manager Darcy for a brief overview of everything, because we've had a very long discussion about this and I think it's pretty straightforward, but I think we need to just touch on it and get your advice on where we're going with this and how it's all done.
Yeah, through the chair. So the resolution there is similar to what was adopted at the standing committee. We've taken the budget resolution from there. We've also incorporated into the report that we'll be using a exposed aggregate concrete surface through there. We have put a picture in there of what that may look like. Obviously, it'll be subject to different colours that are available to us in our region, but that will be essentially the purpose of the pattern there, which is on page 181. So we've installed that through there. James and his team were out doing public consultation shortly after the standing committee. I think there was wide-ranging support from the community there to proceed with the project. The main one there too is on page 186, which is the layout for the streetscape functional design. One of the discussions that we did have with council and we accrued at the last meeting was a mid-block crossing. I might just get James to give a council a copy, and we're happy to table it with the chair's permission, as we did get a safety review done of that. That is not supported to install that at this time. Now, noting that in the future, if the speed limit and speed environment was to change through there, we may be able to look at retrofitting an option, but ultimately it comes down to that if council wants to put a crossing in, it needs to put one at the appropriate place, which is at the end of the street near Edward Street, which is a functional design. So we had a review done by someone who's qualified to do that work. So that's the layout that we're recommending is the one on which is option 1 with an exposed aggregate surfacing. So we'd be seeking council's resolution to proceed with the project. Just from construction point of view, we'll be working through with TMR to finalise our approvals. We expect that we will be there in late January at this stage, and we will consult with the businesses through that process and update council if that was to change as Aaron and his team work through that.
Aaron, just on the increase in the budget, as we know, it went up on social media and out to the public and all that sort of stuff. There was a fair few negative comments about overspend and here we go again and all that, but that extra money is all for additional future planning works and all that sort of stuff, and most of it, if not all of it, will be done underground for all water mains and stormwater and all that sort of stuff. If you can just touch on that, please.
Yeah, through the chair. So I'll just clarify our thoughts on that for council. Then the allocation to the Wandai Streetscape was a nominal allocation of $700,000 for Works for Queensland. That wasn't based on a design being done. That was an early nomination that council gave through that program. Through that process and what we know about other projects, we've gone into detailed design now and working through what it costs to deliver these projects, and also to have a detailed design that council is resolving to deliver with an actual expansion of its estimate in there as well. I just note too, I think Councillor Shoemaker queried us on the costs of the principal's costs or the council obligations. We have expanded that out in the report and given an explanation for that as well, of what that breakup is. So yeah, to answer the question, is it's a renewal and an upgrade of that infrastructure. We will be making allowances for improved footpath, DDA compliance and those sort of things, where we'll do our best to flatten those out. Plus also we have allowed for conduiting of future services through there as well.
Thanks very much. So we'll go, do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconder? Councillor Erkins? Before we go to the vote, Councillor Duff?
A few things. So I've got, I was the one who was pushing for us to walk the streets and talk to the business owners prior to the actual approval of the design. And you've said on the 1st of November, council officers undertook further consultation with the property owners and businesses on Scott Street, and they were happy with the final design, including removal of trees and the pedestrian crossing. So that was all businesses were all happy. So that's how it's written. Is that correct?
That's correct. All the businesses that we engaged with on the day, that is absolutely correct, Councillor Duff. There wasn't any objection to the removal of the trees nor the refuge crossing.
And they were all happy with where the gardens are going and the tree, where we're planting additional trees, and so that was the feedback. That everyone was happy.
They were happy that there was no trees. Yes.
Sorry.
They were happy that there were no trees in those landscaped islands. That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. So just through you, Acting Chair, just wanting to know with regards to the additional money. I know that you said that, we're taking money from the major dig out program and road reseals. That was in excess to what you had. So you've done all of we'd allocated, and you had some savings. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair. So the reseal program is savings. Yes, that's right. And the money coming from the major dig out program is works that we haven't started. So we haven't allocated that money yet. So per the previous budget, there's $1 million for that program for renewals. So we've allocated that money from that program, which hasn't been targeted to any roads at this point in time.
Yep. So okay. So I'm going to support this because we've gone through a whole process, but I know some of the other councillors have had feedback that if with community consultation, it's always challenging because only certain people come and give feedback, and but a lot of people have said that they think that it's an overspend, that we shouldn't be spending the money on the Wando roundabout. We should be spending it on major dig outs and roads and stuff like that. So I just needed to flag that because we have gone through a process, and that's the ticking the box process. And I guess that's all we can do, but there's certainly community feedback that I'm getting, and I know other councillors have flagged it as well, that they are not happy with the spend on the roundabout as opposed to other projects that could have happened potentially across our region with roadworks and potentially in Wando itself. So I just needed to flag that, but I'm not going to not vote for it because we're certainly so far advanced and we need to do it, but just wanted to let this council chambers know that perhaps into the future our consultation needs to be more robust, and we need to change the way we do consultation because, the negativity around this is to me is not it's not good for our image. So I just think into the future we need to change our processes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. In regards to that consultation, if you remember correctly, we went up there, Councillor Henson spent 4 or 5 days or 5, 6 days up there, and we all went up there and sat with him, and then you brought an issue back, and then we went and done a second round again, and then we've done a third round. I don't know what more else you can do, and everybody in Wando knew about that, what that consultation was around. So I get what they say, and I really think that they nearly forego the right to complain about it if they don't attend community consultation, because my God, this roundabout particular job had more consultation than I think it needed. So in regards to that, and I've seen some of the comments, and I know where some of the people live, and God help us if we had pulled some funding and never spent the extra money to finish the job and do a wonderful job in the community. So you've got to take it as it is, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. They have the right, you're entitled to your opinion, but I think there was more than enough consultation around this particular job. Councillor Shoemaker first, and then Councillor Henson.
Thank you, and thank you for the additional information. So yes, I had challenged the councillor costs. I just want to confirm which budget, final budget, am I looking at here? Because there were a couple of attachments, and I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right scope when I ask you the questions for the recommendation. Because there's the Scott Street CBD upgrade, and so those two revisions there, and then the roundabout upgrade make the total budget allocation. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's correct, councillor, through the chair. Yeah, it is around the provision of option D with the streetscape in addition to the
Option D, yep.
the estimate associated with the roundabout.
Thank you. So just a couple of questions. So you've done a review on those council costs that were incurred, and if I just go back to that page, sorry, electronic is trickier than paper, and I'm trying to get better at it, but you can never see your notes when you need to. I really want to understand, so the final spend for council, a lot of that you've said is for project management, for design and technical components, and so those components are all capitalised to the project. Can you just speak a little about what some of that work scope actually looks like? Well, I find the page. Have you got the page?
183.
183, thank
Top
you.
of 183.
Thank you.
Right there.
Yep, there we go.
Through the chair, the relevant, it's around the relevant tasks associated with the project, and it's around what can be directly attributed to those assets individually within council's asset register. So a lot of the elements are particularly in the pre-construction space, is for us is around the survey design and particularly the civil design. A number of our projects traditionally are very much civil focused, but with something like this, we do need to consider other elements that came in as part of a job like this. So we do need electrical input. We don't have landscape expertise on staff, so we did a lot of that work early on in the piece as well. But then also we do need to have some consistent engagement internally with our delivery teams, but also just making sure that we engage with the community at the same pace, because everything needs to work at the same pace. So it has taken a little while, but the other elements is actually the actual project management elements, such that when we do go out to a site and we look to go and engage with people as well, not only are we looking to oversee what the works that we're doing, but we're also communicating that back to affected parties. There's a number of, I've probably tried to break it down to some high level items, but yeah, project management is all encompassing. It's the woe to go. So project management's already commenced with this project because we've had to get things moving already in advance of us getting to site. So yes, there's a lot that goes into that, but also a lot of engagement back with TMR, given that we are working on a state controlled corridor. And so we do go through the process with the project, but then the tail end of capitalisation also needs to be recognised. And it's probably not something we talk about a lot in the chambers, but it is an element where we do need to connect the costs back into the asset register. And for complex projects like this, it is quite time intensive, but it's just part and parcel of what we do.
So just to confirm, the project management itself, will that be done by our people or by contractors?
Through the chair, it'll be done by both. So Aaron will be in charge of the project overall, but he'll be assisted by one of our contract project engineers.
And just in terms of the prices that you've quoted, you've then added an extra nominal allocation for 7% CPI. So it says that the costs were issued on the 25th of October. So were the costs representative in the scope relevant at the 25th of October, and then you've assumed CPI as well as contingency, or why would you increase the project?
Through the chair, so what we've done with the number of projects, given the volatility of the construction market at the moment, is we're adding a 6 to 7% loading for forecast. So with the costings that the team has done, they've been retrospectively looking at previous projects, and obviously there's been increases coming through since those times as well. So when they've done their estimate, they've done their best estimate to think what it would cost at this time, noting that there is some risk that some of the costs that they might have used KTP from 6 months ago, that there might be a run on steel or on concrete or exposed ag fuels, another one as well, where we might be impacted. So what we've learnt from other projects that we've done in recent time is that we should be allowing in the current market, since CPI is not sitting around 2 to 2.5%, we're adding a contingency there as well to cover any cost escalation that we might receive through the pipeline and supply of those materials. So we expect that, obviously, even from when we've done this estimate now, if we start in January, February, we might start taking costs in January, February, March. There's going to be a run of costs between now and when we've actually started work. So we're trying to offer some further protection for council in its risk mitigation. The other thing is, if we don't spend that money, obviously it'll be returned to council, or that'll form part of our risk contingency. So we're trying to be a little bit risk averse, to be honest, councillor, to make sure, particularly on these sort of projects as well, for the pipeline of materials. So if there's a run on fuel, we will see concrete material delivery increase, along with other materials that we might be using on a site like this as well. So that's the method that we're trying to apply across the board at the moment.
So the time frame, though, this project's quite different in comparison to the likes of KTP, where, you know, we dug up the entire road and all the underground infrastructure and all the digital tech. We're only just doing the footpaths and the roundabout, aren't we? There's no road sealing works in this.
Through the chair, no, there's no major road in the middle because it's a TMR road,
Yeah.
but it will be similar to the other project, to be honest, because we are going from the front of curb to the shop front, so there will be a full
So you're
rip.
going to dig everything?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
And yeah, James is just saying we've got some work in the parking bays as well, so we'll be doing some work at the front of the curb line as well. So this will be a reconstruction from the front of curb to the shop front. Yep.
And then the life of that asset will be
50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in that it'll be in the range of the other projects that we've done. So
Yeah, there's certainly, look, I'm supportive of this project. We did talk about it back, I can remember clear as day, the COVID, Works for Queensland funding, we had the whiteboard out, we had the list of pre-council, the projects that the council before us had identified they may like to do. We were shooting ideas around what we might like to invest in because we really didn't have that pipeline of shovel-ready projects. And the roundabout and the medians was tagged as one project for $1.5 million at that time. It was to do the Kingaroy medians and the roundabout in Wondai, and how misinformed we were, because the reality was when we did a little bit more homework on the roundabout, we realised that the allocation we had put forward was not enough to cover both projects. So the Kingaroy medians project was actually sacrificed to try to make sure that there was enough money to deliver on the roundabout, and then the roundabout has morphed over into this CBD project over the last couple of years. So there are many reasons why this project has become bigger over this time as we've become clearer and actually done the work. I think the learnings for us is that if it's not in the pipeline, if it's not prioritised as a project, and if it doesn't have a detailed budget or scope, then we shouldn't actually do further investigation in it. We should be prioritising the projects already in the list, which I've spoke at length about previously anyway. This is a really exciting project for Wondai. I have been with Councillor Henson a number of times in the street, done a number of consultations, and certainly the feedback from the Wondai CBD, or from the Blackbutt and the Nanango and the Kingaroy and the Cumbia CBD communities is that actually improving the aesthetics of their towns does improve their ability to trade, and eventually the business that comes in the door and the people who are looking to choose to live in our regions. So I'm fully supportive of the project. I will, however, be watching this budget like a hawk, just so you know, and I will be expecting that there is project oversight on this budget. And if my challenge to you is to return some of this budget to council, we'll nominate the allocation, but I believe from what you know and the expertise in your team, you can do better at this. I think you are. This is led by fear that we may have an overspend, and I do think, I do look forward to that report where you come back to council and tell us what you've saved, because I do think it's possible. So thank you very much for the additional information.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Duff and Councillor Shoemaker, and all the staff and other councillors that came down to Wondai. I honestly have lost count in the community consultation that we did down there. It started off at around about a couple of years ago in a Christmas tree, and I've had nothing but positive feedback about the Christmas tree, and we got smashed about the Christmas tree. It should be here, it should be there. It's now completed in Coronation Park, and it looks fantastic. There's one just happening outside our wall here. Will be complete when we walk outside this afternoon. The roundabout was an initial project there that we started on some years ago, and thanks to Manager Darcy for the work that's gone into that. It's changed multiple times through community consultation. Then the Scott Street project came on board, and it's a classic example that we have to deal with in Chambers as council, that you have a project that might join onto a project, and it's a little bit of common sense if you can do it while you're there, because if we don't do Scott Street now and go back there in 5 years' time, the cost will be exorbitant. We've had multiple community consultations down there in Scott Street, the business owners and the parking and the gardens. I think we've learned from previous streetscapes, be it the KTB, be it Blackbutt, be it Cumbia. And that's the other thing, I think, and you talk about community conversations and the negativity, a lot of those conversations comes from not even in the region or in the town themselves. There's great work being done across the region and with this council, as I stated, Cumbia, Blackbutt, Kingaroy, now a great thing for Wandai, and hopefully in time we'll be able to do more work in Nanango and more work in Tingura and more work in Warrulan, all of those little towns and villages. It's a work in progress, and it's hard to decipher just exactly where you channel the money. This is something that I'm pleased to thank the fellow councillors in the chambers for their support on this, and as you hear me say, do it once and do it well. So really look forward to the work. It's about a 12-week program, and look, that could blow out to 18. Hopefully it does with wet weather. You talk about Councillor Shoemaker keeping a close eye on it. I've spoken to some of our staff, and I'm actually taking a chair down there to the site office and be overseeing it at some stages as well. So appreciate your support, and I think this is a wonderful project. That let's do it, get it done and move on. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just to follow on a little bit with what my fellow councillor said about the community consultation, and I know that we have been there numerous times. I know you guys have been there prior to me coming onto council, and I know that I have been there. But so when something went up onto social media and there was such negative feedback on that, I just wonder if we need to look at our community consultation. I know a lot of it we did with those business people, but you know, the ratepayers come from further in the town. So I'm just wondering, and I'm not, you know, I think we have done lots of community consultation. So I'm not talking about this in particular, but what I'm thinking is with future projects, maybe we should look, rather than us all go down and do one particular thing, maybe such things as going to some of the community groups and speaking there and getting feedback from different sections of the community, because we tend to go down, you know, I know we were there at the supermarket at one stage and spoke to people there, we were at the cafes, you did the businesses, you know, so I'm not saying that we didn't do comprehensive consultation, but I just don't know whether in future we should look at, as I said, going to those different, you know, to the CWA meetings, someone from, you know, one of the councillors going there and discussing it there. So, yep. Obviously, but obviously we are not covering completely for the fact that we're getting that negative feedback. So just like for us to take into consideration for future projects that we have, that we look at, you know, how to get across so that we are targeting more of the other people, so that when it comes to it, hopefully we've got the information to say, you know, that we're not getting so much negative feedback. And I know it is difficult because I know that there's lots of people, you put up what you think is a good news story, and there's plenty of people, keyboard warriors, who are happy to come in and do that. But, you know, sometimes I do wonder when somebody says to me, I didn't know anything about it, you know, whether we are And I'm not actually talking about the Wandai project here, I'm talking about other projects that we've had. So I just wonder whether we could look at how we could do a little more comprehensive community consultation, because I know some of the consultation we've had, like 15 people have come, not this project, and we said we've had good feedback, but you know, there's a lot of people live in this region. So that's just and like my fellow councillors, not being here for the past projects that have run over, I'm hoping this one stays under.
Thanks, councillor. We all do. There's not one of us in here that don't want to see anything run over budget, but if it's, I'm sure the staff do every possible thing they can, and hopefully they can deliver. And I have full confidence in them that they don't do anything stupid. And as far as the community consultation, Councillor Erkins, I reckon that would be a really good job for you to come up with a solution on how we do it better. So I'll wait very keenly to see your suggestions in the future. All righty, let's move on now. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were wanting to talk again, Councillor Anchin. So the motion is moved by Councillor Anchin, second by Councillor Erkins. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We'll now break. We've got citizenship ceremonies to do. So I move that we go into that. Second by Councillor Anchin. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. After our citizenship ceremony, I'll move that we come back into the open meeting, second by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We're on page 191, 11.3, Grant Opportunity Staff Emergency Service, better known as SES, Support Grants 24-25. The officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council, 1, develop and apply to the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services for grant funding under SES Support Grants 24-25 round for the purchase of an SES vehicle to be used exclusively for carrying out SES activities, and 2, approve the required council contribution estimated to be $32,500 from the 24-25 fleet budget towards the purchase of an SES vehicle should the grant application be successful. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Henson. I think it's a pretty straightforward, easy one. No comments, questions, we go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, I'd like to move a motion now that we bring agenda item.
Acting, we're just waiting for the planners to come over, so maybe if you just keep going until they turn up.
Okay.
They're on their way over, so it shouldn't be too far away.
Righto. So now we will move on to 12, Portfolio for Community Development, Arts, Heritage and Library Services. We have nothing. Portfolio, Natural Resource Management, Rural Services, Agriculture, we've dealt with that. 14, Disaster Management, Waste and Recycling Management, nothing there. And we're on now page 195. And we move to the Portfolio for Rural Resilience, Disaster Recovery, Parks, Gardens, Property, Facility Management, First Nations Affairs, item 15.1. And that is a Mergen PCYC toilet refurbishment, awarding of contract to successful tenderer. The officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council award AKR Builders a tender SBRC 2324/04 for the renovations of the Mergen PCYC main toilets and to construct 2 new person with disability or PWD facilities. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second to Councillor Potter. Questions, comments around that? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Just wanted to say that I'm just really excited about this project. I know that this is a long-awaited project to finally get the toilets and the showers up to standard in the PCYC, and how good is it to have a local contractor doing it as well? So ticks every box for me. So thank you for the support, and I know that the Chamber will support this, and yeah, happy to move this wonderful recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Any other comments? So we'll go there. The motion there, moved by Councillor Duff, second by Councillor Potter. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 197. Proposed tender to adjoining owners for sale of 29 Tiernan's Terrace, Mergen. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council approve for sale by tender to adjoining owners 29 Tiernan Terrace, Mergen, Lot 72 RP 855764 by 1, entering into negotiations with the highest tenderer, and if the current market value of the property is reached, enter a contract of sale for the property, and 2, delegate powers of the Chief Executive Officer under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to negotiate and execute contract of sale. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second to Councillor Henson. Again, pretty straightforward. Any comments? Go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 198. 15.3, sale by tender of 4 Haley Street, Kingaroy to adjoining owners. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council offer the land for sale by tender to the 3 adjoining owners by 1, entering into negotiation with the highest tenderer, and if the current market value of the property is reached, delegate powers to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, enter a contract of sale for the property, or 2, if negotiations with the highest tenderer does not result in a sale of the property, retain the property in council ownership and tender the property for lease permit for grazing purposes. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Duff. Comments, questions? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Over the page. 199. There it is. Sorry for that. 15.4, proposed tender for sale of lot 18 McConnell Way, Mondua. And the officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council approve for sale by tender lot 18 McConnell Way, Mondua, lot 18 RP 27655 by 1, entering into negotiations with the highest tenderer, and if the current market value of the property is reached, enter a contract of sale for the property, or 2, if negotiations with the highest tenderer does not result in the sale of the property at current market value, list the property for sale on the open market, and 3, delegate powers to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to complete contracts of sale. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Page 200. 15.5. Proposed tender for sale of 23 Jellicoe Street, Proston. Officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council approve for sale by tender 23 Jellicoe Street, Proston, lot 38 RP 57676 by 1, entering into negotiation with the highest tenderer, and if not the current market value of the property is reached, enter a contract of sale for the property, or 2, if negotiations with the highest tenderer does not result in a sale of the property at current market value, list the property for sale on the open market, and 3, delegate powers to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to negotiate and execute contract of sale. Do I mover? Councillor Henson, second to Councillor Duff. Comments? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 15.6. Cumbria Recreation Reserve Preliminary Master Plan. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council 1, adopt the draft Cumbria Recreation Reserve Preliminary Master Plan, and 2, undertake community consultation to seek views on the priority projects to be included in the Stage 1 of park redevelopment. I have a mover, Councillor Henson, second to Councillor Duff. We have comments. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a question, just in relation to that community consultation, what the time frame looks like and when that might commence, and what that actual consultation is. That sharing the master plan and then asking the community to prioritise what they'd like, or how do you intend? What's your plan?
Through Acting Mayor, yes, we do need to go back to the community, and our recommendation would be to meet in the park. So we don't necessarily need to go back and do a formal meeting. We're suggesting what would be very beneficial is to meet in the park and meet on site. We would talk through those priorities and give the community feedback that those that come along, and just explain to them what it looks like and what some of those works would look like. Do they prefer that we commence on, say, like the multi-purpose court, or would they prefer us to start on some playground equipment or picnic area or barbecue shelter? So, yeah, our idea was to go back to the community, have a couple of sessions in the park. We would be keen to pick up and do something just before school ends, so we could try to grab some kids maybe that are keen to come to one of those sessions after they get off the bus, that sort of thing. So it might be like a 4 o'clock. I think the bus gets into Cumbria at 4 o'clock. So maybe, from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, we would be in the park and encourage families to pop in. The other thing is, now that the Cumbria Sports Association has formed, we would be keen to actually catch up with them. I know it's early days for that group, but they are long-term residents of Cumbria and very keen to see that sports ground develop. So we would, yes, most definitely meet with them and talk to them about the priorities and make sure that aligns with some of their visions and goals and ideas. Then we would work up that priority list, cost it up appropriately, and get it out to tender early next year to commence some of those works. Once we get that feedback, we would put that feedback into the plan and bring that plan back to council for final adoption at a later date. We may get back in January to do that at a January council meeting, but if not, we can do that at a later date. I think it's important that we've got the draft plan, we've got the priority projects. If the community's on board with that, well, we can continue to progress.
Just one supplementary question, just further to that, just thinking about the unique opportunities out there presented by potentially renewable energy project proponents or other potential funding bodies who might be able to help us leverage our dollars for that project further. Do you see an opportunity maybe through that, with that newly formed sporting group, to sort of start maybe like a trilateral conversation or something with some of these other parties that may be interested in being part of the bigger picture. You know, I know we've allocated so much funding to date, but this really is for the Cumbia community this is an opportunity for those renewable energy projects to leave something of legacy in the Cumbia community. So just curious about whether, from a consultation piece, there may be an opportunity to set up a meeting with some of those parties.
Through you, Acting Mayor, yes, certainly we would be able to help facilitate that with the community group. I think that's something they would be looking for support from council to have those conversations. And definitely we're always looking for other funding opportunities to sort of leverage and make the pool a little bit bigger. And as I said, and you can see in the report, there are a number of other priorities that came through that community consultation, and we've only got limited funding. So the master plan is a great document for this community to move forward on. So the first little bit of seed funding that council's got will start some works, but they'll have this wonderful master plan to keep talking to those groups about, you know, doing further works. So yes, we can help guide that process over the next, 6 to 12 months with that group.
Thank you. Thank you for the additional information. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation, and I think that bigger picture conversation, noting some of the, disruption and potential disruption into the future there in Cumbia, and this opportunity to create something lasting. I think those bigger picture conversations, if we can help support or guide and be part of, making our Cumbia community's vision a reality, I think that's a really great outcome. So thank you for all your work on the master plan. I'm really excited about the opportunity to chip away at it now for the next couple of years and really create something lasting and something that's important to that community. So, and the feedback from the school kids will be great. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you through you, Acting Mayor. Just quickly, and for Manager Peterson, I'm not sure whether you're aware, but I think in the event of that consultation, the new formed Sport and Recreation Association is having a meeting there, and thank you to CEO Mark Pitt for facilitating that meeting the other night. That ran smoothly and was all over within probably 15 minutes instead of 50, and the angst was settled there. But I think it's important to take note that they're having a meeting to further form that committee within that Sports and Recreation, and I think, and I'll confirm, that on the 7th of December, but I'll confirm that with you once I do that. But I think perhaps after that, because then they'll have positions filled and across the board, and they'll be having discussions along this recreation facility as well. Thank you.
That was my question or concerns as well, Councillor, because knowing that meeting was happening, I understand you're going to ask the children, but the community consultation, if we go and the kids give feedback and all that sort of stuff, are we better off encouraging the new organisation to work with the community first and get some conversation, and then we go out after that? I'm well aware, community consultation and projects jump on the queue and putting everything else off kilt. So I'm just wanting to make sure that you're comfortable moving forward, that everything is in right alignment. Manager?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we would need to do both at the same time, to be honest. The kids have been highly involved in the development of the master plan, so I wouldn't be concerned at this point that this is something new and we've got a surprise in there for the kids and they're not aligned with it. They've provided a lot of the feedback as well, and so has individual members that's part of that sports association. So I think it'll be great to go back to them and certainly start our conversations on the 7th of December. I appreciate they've got other things that they're trying to form and put in place for their new committee, but we want to build that relationship with them and make sure they're 100% across the priorities and having input into those priorities all the way through.
I appreciate that fully, and I understand that most of that new committee and all those people involved are all parents of that school, so if they don't get the correspondence off their children, something's not right. Councillor Erkins first, and then Councillor Henson, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I know that I come from the generation where children are mainly seen and not heard, but I have to say in consulting with kids, I think you have to remember, if I ask my kids what they want for breakfast, they'll have ice cream. And this week they want to play softball, and next week they want to play football. So I think you have to just be a little wary when we're taking feedback from kids, and maybe more from the parents.
Thank you, councillor, and that can be put into your solution for consultation coming forward that you're going to present. Councillor Henshin.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you through you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, look, if it's the 7th of Thursday night, I think council's presence there, just in general business there at the end of that meeting, would be beneficial to all, because that sport and recreation that's been formed there has ticked a huge box in Cumbria, and it's, as I'm sure many saw the other night, there was some 70 odd people there. That's brought that community together. So, yeah, great work in progress there. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got that. No further comments or questions? We'll go there. The motion has been moved by Councillor Henshin, Councillor Duff seconded. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, I'd like to move a motion now that we move point 17.2, material change of use, renewable energy facility, to the next item to be dealt with. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So you'll find that on page 220, councillors. 17.2. So 17.2 is a material change of use, renewable energy facility, Toomaroo Solar Farm and major electricity infrastructure, battery energy storage system at 341 Bowman Road, Teromeo, and described as Lot 2 on SP 155159. The applicant is Australian Solar Enterprises, care of Gilvia Planning, and we have our town planners here. So I will hand it straight over to you, gentlemen, and give us a bit of an update and background on this, and maybe justify the recommendation that's in front of us today. Thank you. Over to you, David.
Okay, thank you. So what we have in front of us here is a renewable energy facility, approximately 400 megawatts capacity, located within major power line infrastructure. So the solar farm itself is produced in such a, or is intended to be built in such a way that it meets several objectives in terms of the broader regional imperatives for renewable energy production, but it is also designed in such a way as to minimise its impacts on the landscape, which is a pertinent issue given what the land itself is zoned as and what its intended purpose is under the planning scheme. So that's probably the summary of the system itself. In terms of our assessment regarding impacts, obviously impacts on the rural landscape itself, as I've just mentioned, the framing system is specifically designed to have a light footprint, so it doesn't rely on heavier sort of footing designs that you may be familiar with on other projects. Impacts on neighbouring amenity were also given very serious consideration. So it was found that this particular product and system will actually, it undulates with the land. It's not designed in such a way as to be propped up or change an outlook to the landscape. So you may see parts of it as it moves through the landscape, but you won't be exposed to all of it from the critical viewpoints. On top of that, there were multiple factors in the assembling of this plant that were considered to buffer it and separate it from those who would potentially be most affected. So in that instance, you would find that we have visual buffers, we have a distance buffer, like a separation zone, and you would also find that a lot of that would also be fed by noise requirements as well. So in that respect, we believe that you have a facility that's meeting renewable energy targets, will maintain, or is most likely to maintain, rural land for future use, and it's an outcome that produces what I would say a reasonable impact on those affected in the community.
Okay, so the officer's recommendation there is that the council approve the development permit for material change of use for a renewable energy facility, Toomaroo Solar Farm and major electricity infrastructure battery energy storage system on land at 341 Bowman Road, Taramio, formerly described as Lot 2 on SP 155159, Australian Solar Enterprises care of Gilvia Planning, subject to the following conditions, and they're all there. And can you just, on the separation zone and the vegetation buffer, and we had a bit of an update through the week leading into this in regards to road maintenance and all that sort of stuff. To obviously, there's going to be a lot of trucks travelling down that Bowman Road from the town centre.
Yes.
And we know that there's I don't know, 15, 20, I don't know the exact amount of people that were concerned and maybe objected in different places, but I believe that the company has certainly done everything they possibly can to work with those. So can you address just some of those issues there?
So in terms of the separation distance first?
The separation distance first?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So the separation distance will be, if we take it from the boundaries, so the most exposed dwellings, I believe, will be on the south side. So they've got a separation distance of up to 200 metres. So that's 200 metres to the arrays, but in there, I think it's about 170 to 190 metres somewhere, you'll have a planted buffer, right? And the planted buffer it's like it sort of rises up and down, and then there's all these trees put in key locations to obstruct to obstruct the view. So the maximum height of that buffer is 3 metres. Now, I know that doesn't sound like much, but the array only is a maximum of 1 metre off the ground. So realistically, you're going to be looking at a strip of vegetation. You won't actually, or if you do, it's not so offensive to the eye when you see the array itself. So that would be in the most affected areas. Other areas, say I believe it's the east, will be about 75 metres. Again, from 75 metres inward, you'll have your, that's actually to the array itself. So I think there's about 20 metres off the boundary, you'll have the buffer with a maintenance track between the boundary and the buffer. So again, where I think in those areas where it's 75 metres separated, you've got to also think of it in the context of land elevation. So you might have the array here and the property boundary for affected sites here, but their houses and the areas that are most affected might be down here. So realistically, when you view up, your immediate view, again, is either none or it's off in the distance. So that's probably the best summary for the buffer.
Road maintenance infrastructure agreement.
Okay, so with road maintenance, we've set a condition with road maintenance on the premise of upgrading the road. There probably needs to be a little more information moving forward on that if there's to be a differently worded condition. But right now, based on the information that the engineers had, the best way forward was to condition it as we did, with a request for road upgrades later on as a result of the use.
Yeah, so what about the maintenance of it through construction when all the heavy trucks are coming through and everything's going to be carted in there? If there's any damage done to that, who's going to be responsible for the funding for that road maintenance through the process of the build?
Through the process of the build, I would have to come back to you on that. It may be a situation where they do have to maintain it. I'll come back to you on that. I'm not quite sure of the wording. I know overall that the finished product, the road has to be reinstated or made better. I'll have to check that other bit for you.
All I'm doing is asking the questions
Oh,
that
no,
I
no,
know the
that's fine,
community
yeah,
are going to
no.
ask, and
Yep,
if we
yep.
can go back to them and give them a clear, because my dealings with the whole process down there, a huge majority of the people want it and are in favour of it. There's obviously those residential houses that you refer to around the east. They've got concerns, and fair enough. That's their prerogative. But that buffer and all that sort of stuff seems to have addressed that. But just that road issue and all that sort of stuff with heavy vehicles going down, that we know from past history with renewables in our region that they do a fair bit of damage towards.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't think it's fair to the ratepayer to have to foot that with a company coming in. So I just want to cover off on that.
Sure.
So that's all good. But my last question for you is that if you have recommended the application to go forward, that means that it's ticked every box you've, like, for environmental and everything it needs to do. And for me personally, if I was to vote against it, I would have to have a really, really strong reason to vote no after that recommendation. Is that correct?
I've been right through it. I've I've left no stone unturned, I believe. That's probably evident in the size of the report that was submitted. I've checked every relevant matter, every state policy, every council policy, and made sure that I fully understood that with respect to the agricultural, rural issue and preservation of that land into the future, that what I saw, I understood, and I believe is correct.
Oh, that's very good, because obviously the region's got a sour taste in its mouth. We've got one solar farm in here that hasn't been an easy process for the community. So obviously we're just trying to tick all boxes. And with what you're telling me, I'm comfortable with the decision and happy to support it. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things. So yes, I agree with you. It's not been a smooth sailing for us with the particular solar farm we have now, and it'd be really nice to get off on a completely different foot with this one, and actually so far it has been. They've been easy to talk to. So just a couple of questions with regards to when it comes to decommissioning. I know I won't be in this position, but I do actually care about what happens to those solar panels when it comes to decommissioning time, because I'm reading through this and unless I'm missing something in the decommissioning side of things, I don't want those solar panels to end up at our tips or rubbish sites around the South Burnett. So what happens to all those solar panels, because there's going to be quite a few and we can't deal with them, and even as a council in 20, 25 years' time, there's no council that would be able to cope with that amount of solar panels. I know that it won't be done in an all-in-one process and done gradually, but I do care about that one. I just wanted to bring out that I know we've spoken about dust, but since we spoke about dust, I think they've actually worked in that space already, and they're looking at different types of things that they can do.
I can tell you quite a bit about that.
Which is wonderful, and I believe they've actually been speaking to the local community with regards to almost like their own little ecosystem on site and things like
there
that.
will, yes, in the buffer, there will be a...
And I think that's fantastic news that they're already talking to these local community groups and seeing how they can work together for the betterment of the community. So, but I suppose my main thing would be with the decommissioning and what happens to those panels.
Yeah. Okay. So with the decommissioning of the panels, I'm not 100% sure on what will happen with the panel. I know that they have to be, there's an expectation they won't remain on the site, that's for sure. I would hazard a guess that elements of those panels will have value post-operational life anyway. So there will be components of those panels that would be recycled. So there would be an implied value there. In terms of removing them or dumping them in a landfill, I can't imagine that will be the case, just purely based on what you might be able to get off those panels in the future. And I would imagine that as we progress with this sort of technology, that, you know, past mistakes or recycle or capability to reuse or have those sorts of panels I'm sure there are examples right now of panels that can't be used. They would be older technology. I would imagine that production-wise, that sort of stuff is now being reviewed because you don't want, renewable energy is meant to be a feel-good thing. If you're at the end of a life cycle with solar panels, you've got this big problem. Well, it's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it? So I can't imagine that the technology we've got now is not accounting for that in the long term. That's probably the best answer I can give you in that respect.
Yeah, so just on that and the solar panels, like the South Burnet's been identified as a renewable energy hotspot. There's big conversations going on through the REF and all that sort of stuff about all solar panels and recycling, all these sort of things. So wouldn't it be good if we could use all this stuff and encourage somebody to come in here and be the centre point for renewables, recycling and all that sort of stuff. So there's big potential, a lot of conversation around that. So I don't think those conversations are off the table at all. So I think there's some other things that could flow on from this. So we'll go to Daryl and then we've got all these other councillors. Thanks very much. What's your name, mate? Sorry.
Matthew.
Matthew. Thanks, Matthew. Daryl,
Yeah,
your
thanks.
input, and then we'll go to
Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
Henson, Councillor Duff and Councillor Erkins.
Just following on from the disposal of the panels, be nice to think that the solar industry would actually have a product stewardship scheme where, they take responsibility for their own waste that's generated from their industry. But certainly with a volume of panels like that through our Environmental Authority for our waste facilities, we wouldn't be able to accept them. So they would need to go off to some sort of recycling facility, which, there's, I think, a couple now floating around. So hopefully by the time they come to end of life or they need replacement, well, then there'll be something available where they can be recycled.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, look, and on page 223, the decommissioning is part of Councillor Potter's question. There's some good points there. MST 2.3 identifies the operator responsible for decommissioning and rehabilitation and identifies the responsibility of the operator for the decommissioning and rehabilitation. And Part C identifies the process. It says that as a paragraph there, site available agricultural uses perform decommissioning of the solar farm. Councillor Potter has brought it to the attention of the waste in 20 years' time, but I know I've asked in this chamber before, how much waste and how many actual solar panels? I know I would imagine whether there's a figure available there, it would be tens or hundreds of thousands of them over that 390 odd hectare site. If there's 400 odd megawatts, what is there a figure, or is there conversation around what the actual rubbish will be now? Like, get the 20 years or 50 years down the track. How much impact can that have on our waste management facilities in building it and the waste that comes from the construction of it? Panels will turn up in boxes and crates and pallets, and is there conversation around that side, the here and now, not down the track with the decommissioning of it?
Matthew, got anything to add on that, or?
There is a construction management condition.
Well, and I guess Brooksy probably, Manager Brooks, may be directed at you more so. We talk waste and the position we're in waste, and my concern has been, and I've said it before in here, how much waste, how much impact will it have on our waste facilities with what's generated in the construction of it? Because remembering we're battling now with the waste we already have in our community, and bang, we bring in X amount of thousands of panels that will be in boxes and on crates. What happens to that waste? And how much impact will that have on our waste facilities?
Through you, Acting Mayor. So on page 225, condition MCU 8, there's the requirement to have the operational phase environmental management plan, and as part of that, there is a requirement that that plan addresses waste management. So what they would need to do is do an audit of the waste that would be generated during the construction phase, and then they'd need to identify what the disposal pathways are for that waste. But as you say, there's with the amount of pallets and that sort of stuff that would be generated by the construction, that's something that we certainly don't want in our landfills, because it's going to fill them up super quick. Cardboard, can be recycled. Obviously, a lot of plastics as well, which is a tough market for there at the moment. But really, we'd be guided by them as to what's in that plan and how they're going to address their waste management requirements.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, just quickly, and you know, community, whichever way it goes. When you have developments like this and it ticks all the boxes, it is above council to object to it. So if they're following all their protocols, and this has been an incredible piece of documentation you put in front of us and the work you've done on it, and thank you for that. It's greatly appreciated, because we stand here and have to put a hand up as to a yes or a no.
Yeah.
So we've got to have, you know, your input, and it's
Yep.
seriously valued, and I think the community needs to know that those boxes are all being ticked. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to draw to attention that, I know that we didn't approve the first solar farm, and then the state, it was overruled in the planning court, and now we've got all sorts of issues as has been identified. Now we have another solar farm. It's also been identified that our area is going to be an area of renewables, and that it's not going to look like like it looks now. It's going to be a sea of solar farms and wind farms and things like that. So in our planning scheme, we've got a picture in our planning scheme of how we want our region to look. And I don't think in our planning scheme at this point we've got dots of solar farms and wind farms right across our rural areas. There's a number of objectives here that I think I'd like to have a look at where we're actually putting this. I'd like to actually talk to those people. I don't know how many, there might be 13 or 14 people are not happy with this. They're right up against it. They are complaining that they've got like rural residential land where it's going to devalue their land, and I believe it is. It's in a rural setting, and it's actually industrial. It's heavy industrial. If you look at what a solar farm looks like, if you look at the one as you go into Gympie, what that looks like, the LNP state convention, and that was passed in July, they called for a moratorium on state government and or federal government to commit to a moratorium on all large-scale wind, solar, and I think this is a large-scale solar, pumped hydro and related transmission projects until 1, a bond is held from start of project with guaranteed finance in place to cover decommissioning and full project removal, disposal and rehabilitation costs at end of life. So we asked that question before and we didn't get a clear answer as to what the disposal was. The LNP are calling for a moratorium on it until that box is ticked. There's some other boxes here, but one of them is Australia's food security is protected by prohibiting large-scale renewable projects on prime agricultural land. So not good quality necessarily, but prime agricultural land. Are we sure that this is not like into the future that it would have been just agricultural land? And a mandatory code of conduct is established to govern the renewable energy sector and renewable energy proponents' conduct with affected communities. So there's 9 dot points here. So the LNP government, that's their convention moved that. They're not happy with what's happening. So are we just going to go, yep, that's okay? Like, I'm at this point not prepared to support it, given the background, the history of what's already happened to us, and once we put our toe in the water and we set a precedent and say this is okay, then we haven't got to come back. If we pull up now and say, well, no, we want to wait until all of this happens and those boxes are ticked before we just go, yep, that's okay. So that's why I'm today calling on the councillors to actually put this on hold and at least go out and have a look, talk to the 14 or however many objectives we've got, and make sure that all of those 9 dot points that the whole of that convention were supportive of are ticked before we just go, yep, that's okay. We're just taking this as it's okay because it's you know, the guys are here and they've put this up, and I'm not prepared to accept it because I've got a whole convention, I'm an LNP, that I'm not happy with it. So I'm not supporting it, sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. There is I actually did a little research on the solar panels and the recycling, and the Banana Shire actually have a recycling plant for solar panels. To me, 200 metres does seem a fair way away, but probably, and I'm actually very supportive of renewable energy, and I think, you know, we have been down the road where it's cost council and ratepayers a lot of money for us to refuse things without proper cause. But I think, like Councillor Duff, I would welcome the opportunity before making a decision to actually go down and inspect the site, so that in my mind, you know, I can be sure that some of those fears are not really based on fact, but more on just imagined fears. So as I said, I mean, I don't think it's just a flat area. I think it's undulating. I believe they're not panels like we're looking at out there. They're low panels. I remember when the guys come here and spoke about it before, that it's actually designed to give an impression of water. And if there are vegetation planted around it that will soften it. But again, I think I would support going down there, and I don't know whether it's appropriate to move, that we have it lay on the table, go down and have a look at it.
I'll defer to the planners, but you'll be outside timelines for the decision without the applicant's consent, so I don't know that that would be...
Is it possible that we can go fairly quickly and have a special meeting to either approve or...
Looking to the planners, but you'll be outside, and I'll repeat, you'll be outside timelines for the decision-making process.
When does this have to be approved by?
Like today.
I find that a little disappointing, that we don't have the time, because, you know, we're all going to get negative feedback from our community, and I, as someone who's voting on it, you know, I would like to be able to have that opportunity to...
Without picking a debate, Councillor, this has been advertised through public advertising phase for numerous months. So there's a... I'll yield, and if I've got it wrong, please correct me. Yep.
There's been a voluntary advertising campaign that's been going for months. I'm not across the specific numbers, but there's well over 1,000 people in one instance were notified or provided with information leaflets of the directly affected people. I think there was 90 communications that went out. Of those 90 communications during the statutory notification process, I believe we had 11 submissions. There's been...
On the map, what are the red dots actually?
The red dots, they might be... Can I...
On page 430?
Oh, how do I access that? Oh.
So while we're doing that, I understand what you're saying, Mark, but as a, you know, I find it very difficult as a councillor that, you know, because we don't actually seem to have any meetings that are outside of these official meetings to actually discuss amongst one another an opportunity to go down and have a look at the thing. It's out of my division, so I'm not really up to date on what those people think. You know, I rely on Councillor Jones, that is in his division, but I do know that one of the things that was pushed very heavily on me when I came in here and said I'm from Nanango and that's who I'm looking after, that, you know, that's not the case. I'm responsible for decisions made across the region, and, you know, I take on board what you're saying. I have had plenty of time. It's probably my fault that I didn't chase it up further. But so the red dots.
This is actually the concurrence agency document. This isn't council's approval document.
The The red dot's not saying where the house is actually located, is it?
No, I don't believe they are.
Okay, that was probably, I mean, I would assume that most places on acreage, most of those people actually build their house closer to the front of the block for the availability of power and for the road access into their place. So besides the 200 metre boundary, they're also going to have the length of their block. So the houses would be, so am I right? The houses, if you count that the houses on the first third of the block, they would have the 200 metres plus whatever their block is
Yes,
away from.
correct.
So the vision.
That is correct, yes. Yep, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Anchin.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. Just two probably quick questions. One, this is the property, I'll refer to it as the Strawberry Farm. Yep, so that's a easement, power line easement there through the middle of it. 60,000, is it 60 odd thousand volt power line through the middle of the place? That correct? Yep, oh, I might have my figures wrong with the power line voltage. Didn't climb up and put my hand on it, but in the event, like development applications, we've been in this position before, and I'll ask the question, that ticks all the boxes, and if council was to not support this, at what cost is that to the ratepayer if we go to, are they entitled to take us to court again? They take, so, yep, there it is. So that's a pretty simple fix. If they follow all the application rules and regulations and tick all those boxes, it's a very, very bold council to spend the ratepayers' money in court where we will lose. I'll just leave that.
We haven't moved it yet, have we?
Okay, so just in with Councillor Duff's remarks there about the LNP moratorium and all that sort of stuff, that's all fine. There's an election in October, so that will determine who's in power, but currently we're dealing with a Labor government that is very, very pro-renewables. Don't disagree with what you're saying, Councillor. I believe that the people that are against this obviously live very closely to it, and they have the right to say whatever they do, but I do believe, and in speaking to some of them, they said that they were more than happy with the conversations they've had with the developer and all that sort of stuff, and they were working very closely, but still some of them are not 100%, well, haven't been convinced and they don't want it. Some have certainly changed their mind. It's situated, comparing it to this solar farm here, as far as on the quality of land, this is A-class land. That stuff down there is very sandy, loamy, and yeah, it's not, I wouldn't regard it, it's not A-class land, is that correct? A-class agricultural land?
I don't believe it is A-class on the overlay.
Yeah, so, and the other thing is that it's situated further out of town. This is right on the edge of town, almost in the middle of town, on A-class agricultural land. That's about 6 or 7 kilometres from the centre of Blackbutt. Yes, it has got residential 5-acre and 7-acre blocks, and I do believe that you're right, there was a letterbox drop or something, or everyone was notified around that vicinity of in approximately 1,000 people there. And again, we go back to that community consultation and people saying that they don't know, unaware of it and all that sort of stuff. I honestly don't know at times what organisations, council has to do to get 100% approval. You're not going to get that. And that's an easy cop-out for people that haven't had the time to go and present their case or whatever. But so it is, this solar farm up here has certainly turned everyone around this area against any renewables or anything like that close to town. But for me, it's in a different situation because it's further out of town. It's not on agricultural A-class land, and not being disrespectful or anything like that, but in dry times, mate, you'd flat out run a goanna on it. It's not good country. That's my view. But I'm not the expert, and I'm only just giving my personal view. I'm not certainly not saying anything, but yeah, I just think that there's a couple of distinctive differences between the Kingaroy solar farm and the one at Blackbutt. Yes, I acknowledge, and I have been berated by those people that we referred to that have opposed it, and I will and still will, but at this stage I support it simply. And again, I'm only speaking for myself, operating under the code of conduct and obligations of a councillor, you have to have an extremely, extremely good case to oppose it. And I can't find one because it meets all the requirements other than, you know, a few people are upset at this stage. But taking your advice, Matthew, and you've done everything and it supposedly complies with everything, my hands are tied basically. I can say no if I wanted to, but I can't justify that no because it's what's presented to me here today. It meets everything that it has to do to get to this stage. Okay.
Acting Mayor, if I could just quickly add some things. So just on the matter of notification and public advertising, I forgot to mention there's also a website that's been active for a considerable amount of time. It's my understanding that there was over 8,000 hits on that website. So I'm assuming there'll be a portion of that that's non-local in nature, but I think if you compare that to the formal submissions that were received, it's quite, I think that the support is overwhelming. And just to clarify, I have been on site. I've stepped out the boundaries, the setbacks, the separation distances. I spent quite a few hours on the site. That was one of the keys to my recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Through you, actually, Chair. Yeah, it's disappointing to me to see, like, as Councillor Erkin said, this is like it's okay to say that we should have done this and we should have done that, but when
Point of order, Councillor Jones, are we debating this matter now? Yeah, because it feels like we're starting to debate the
correct.
matter.
yeah, so
So-
all I
It
was
hasn't
saying
yet
was
been moved.
Yeah.
just saying that with the objections, this is the first time we've seen the objections.
Councillor Duff, the conversation is just
Well,
open
yes,
conversation to ask questions, not debate at this stage. So
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Shoemaker is 100% right. Until I have a mover and a seconder, then the debate starts and you can have that conversation. Okay, so we'll now go to the officer's recommendation that council approve the development permit for material change of use for renewable energy facility, Toomaroo Solar Farm, and major electricity infrastructure battery energy storage system on land at 341 Bowman Road, Taramio, formerly described as Lot 2 on SP 155159, Australian Solar Enterprises, care of Gilvia Planning, subject to the following conditions. Do I have a mover? Councillor Erkin's moved it. Councillor Henson seconds that. Okay, so now we will go to open debate and we will keep it to a minimum. We've had good discussion, so everyone has 5 minutes and then we have 3 minutes and the right of reply is 5, okay? So that's how we're going to operate here so that we don't end up here at midnight tonight. So, okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I believe being a good neighbour and putting the wellbeing and prosperity of our communities beyond the commerciality of a renewable energy project matters most. In addressing the highest level of scrutiny and planning rigour that Council could enact, I do believe Australian Solar Enterprises has demonstrated their commitment to accepting the potential impacts created by the Toomaroo Solar Farm during the development and doing what they can to mitigate those. I value their commitment to sharing the broader social, economic and environmental benefits of this 50-year project among the community, and I will, like you, be holding them to account in regards to that commitment. As a council, we have listened and conditioned the approval in response to the 11 objections received. These conditions are public record and included in the report today. I'd encourage everyone who has submitted feedback and made comment on this project to review these conditions. I would, however, like to refer to a few that I believe speak to the feedback that I've received from residents who have raised concerns with me. In summary, Council and Australian Solar Enterprises has done what both parties can to safeguard existing agricultural soil and avoid excavation and concrete footings through the design and use of screw-in posts that mean maintaining the rural land for future use. Protecting the residential amenity and outlook through solar panel design and height, which will limit any potential glare with allowances for separation distances landscape tree buffers, and the condition that any visible infrastructure must not be reflective and have a matte finish. To protect the adjoining residential amenity and conditioning the approval to ensure the impacts of noise, vibration or air quality are managed during construction and operation. Ensure stormwater quality and discharge from the site are deemed to be acceptable within the management measures and imposed fire conditions. Implement an appropriate construction and nuisance management plan that ensures appropriate erosion and sediment management, dust control, along with provisions for vegetation, waste complaints, site works, workers' car parking, and traffic control, to name a few. Ensure Council's road network is maintained with reasonable and relevant conditions relating to the approved transport route for all vehicles associated with the solar farm. The approval is upon the condition that the route is upgraded to the relevant Ost Road standards, triggering a double bitumen seal on some sections, a structural assessment of all culverts, and upgrades to the necessary intersections prior to the commencement of construction. There are also provisions to protect school buses and ensuring that no heavy vehicle movements occur during 7 to 9 a.m. and 2 to 4. B-double permits will also be required for heavy vehicles on Bowman Road if they are proposed to be used. As per the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2003, the developer has a duty of care in relation to such heritage, and conditions have been put in place to ensure these obligations are met. The project life is some 50 years, and there are appropriate decommissioning provisions for the site in accordance with the approved rehabilitation and exit plan that must commence within 3 months of the development ceasing its life or after 12 months of the site not being operational. Based on the stringent conditions of this approval, the rigorous assessment process, the fast-paced technological advancements of industry, and myself actually having my boots on the ground and taking a look, I'm supportive of the recommendation for approval. I understand that this development, just the same as many others, must be managed in accordance with these conditions, and believe the communication and relationships held by Australian Solar Enterprises as the Toomaroo project progresses in its construction will be critical. I believe from now on, being known as a trustworthy member of our community means sharing in our values, being open, transparent and accountable in what matters most to our community, and I am grateful that Australian Solar Enterprises has made this genuine commitment. A commitment to walking the talk in the delivery of this project and in its coexistence in the town of Blackbutt and the South Burnett. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor. Wonderful, Councillor Shoemaker. Isn't it amazing how we had this conversation in relation to the solar farm out here where they thumped and drove everybody absolutely mad? And I raised that question, why couldn't they use screw-in posts? And it was brought down to a cost factor. Here we have a company willing to do that, and obviously the cost factor is not hindering them at all. So I would like to think that that hindrance to the local community down there won't exist as to exactly what's happened out here. That being said, if this, and they will have to still comply with all parts of the development application and comply with that. So, yep, as much as we've had some chaos out here, you can't see why we would not support this, or we'll be back spending ratepayers' money in a courtroom. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Yeah, just on principle, I cannot support this because, have we put a bond in place to guarantee finance and to protect decommissioning, to make sure the decommissioning and full project removal, disposal and rehabilitation costs at the end of life? Just to ask the question to our General Manager Brooks, have we got a bond in place or something to know that at the end of the life of the project that there's something going to happen, or are we just going to go that is definitely going to happen just because someone said it was going to?
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. No, there's nothing in place, and generally there isn't anything in place for any planning approvals. So
Yeah, that just before I go back to you, Councillor, that's an LNP suggestion in the moratorium, so it's not policy and it's not required. I don't think
That's exactly right. But what I'm saying is, we could condition something like that so that we can guarantee that something like that, the scale.
So you're asking for millions and millions, that decommissioning, that's to clear the site anyway. I understand what you're saying.
I'm just saying
but yeah,
that's
a
the
huge
kind of
cost.
stuff, like we're not, that's the kind, they're the kind of things that why they want a moratorium on it until all of this stuff is
Yeah.
sorted. So that's not sorted. So that's what I'm saying, we're just
But
going, yep, that's okay.
Yes.
And Councillor Shoemaker's going, oh yeah, that all of this stuff is going to all work, but there's nothing in place to ensure that it's going to work. That's what I'm saying, there's no conditions in place.
But General Manager Brooks referred to page 225 there before and about the decommissioning and all that sort of stuff. Was that right, Darryl, around that sort of stuff? That's part of the conditioning. So this is a development application with conditions. So this can be enforced and we can, like what we see here today, you'll take away, the company will go back and meet all these conditions and all that sort of stuff. But there will be further conversation, if I'm correct, through council and your staff to maintain that what we're saying and what we're expecting will be enforced and complied to by the development company. Is that correct? Matthew?
Council would retain powers of prosecution if they don't comply with the condition. That is a development offence under 169 of the Planning Act 2016. Or 165 maybe.
Councillor Duff?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just, as I said before, just out of the whole principle of what we're trying for here with I just think that we need to put all these things on hold until we make sure that all of these boxes are ticked appropriately into the future. So I'm just, on principle, not going to support this. Thank you.
And you're entitled to do that, Councillor. Councillor Erkins?
Well, given the opportunity, I won't knock that back. I think I'm very conscious of the fact that if we go against the recommendation of our officers, we could put ourselves in a position that it's going to cost ratepayers money, and I just don't think that's a very good thing. As I said earlier, I'm very supportive of renewable energies, and while I do understand that, we're all, not in my backyard is a very, pertinent issue, but I am satisfied that I'm relying on our planning guys that 200 metres is giving them adequate screening, and that the company will put suitable screening into so that they're not looking over an unsightly mess. So, thank you.
Just to make sure that they understand, Councillor, as well, it's 200 metres on one side, 75 metres on the eastern side will be the buffer to the boundary, but there'll be another 50-odd metres on the other side of the buffer to the first panels and all that. So it won't be 200 all the way around, but it'll be over 100 all the way around with buffers and all that sort of stuff in it. And just Councillor Henson's philosophy, a bit of useless information. I know from the community down there that the company is trying to be a part of the community already, and people may think that they're trying to buy their way in. It's not the fact that they're trying to buy their way in. They want to be a part of the community and support it and leave a legacy, as Councillor Shoemaker indicated in her address. So they are proactive already in the community, not because they're trying to buy their way in. They're supporting young children, not trying to bribe adults or anything like that. So hats off to them. Okay, any more comments before we go to the vote? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just in response, Councillor Jones, I really do believe our region has powered the state for the last 30 years. We know our future and the way we'll do that into the future is changing. I believe we have a choice to be part of the changes and put provisions in place that mean we get better outcomes for our community by working together. There are no sound planning provisions not to approve this application, as we've discussed. If anything, it's been the most scrutinised application we've probably received in this term of council. I personally would prefer to work with the applicant and the community to see this development delivered in a positive way. I believe if it's left to the planning court to approve an application like this, or by not making a decision like this, I do not believe that we will have the same level of rigour to actually ensure the right thing is done by our community. And I have seen that firsthand as the representative of an area that is home to a solar farm. Council, as discussed, retains the powers of prosecution. Not that we hope to have to ever use them. But the reality is we are part of the Southern Queensland Renewable Energy Zone. There is an enormous investment in power link infrastructure from one end of our region to the other. The reality is renewable energy, and this change is going to happen in our backyard. I believe we have a choice to be part of it, and simply ignoring it is not going to make it go away. Thank you, Acting Mayor Jones. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation.
Thank you, councillor. So, Councillor Erkins, as the mover, do you want to write a reply, or have you done? Thank you. Okay, so we have now completed all the conversations. It's moved by Councillor Erkins, second by Councillor Henson, that the council approve the development permit for material change of use for a renewable energy facility, Toomaroo Solar Farm, and major electricity infrastructure battery energy storage system on land at 341 Bowman Road, Taramio, formerly described as Lot 2 on SP 155159, Australian Solar Enterprises, care of Gilvere Planning, subject to the following conditions. We go to the vote. All those in favour? We have Councillor Jones, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Erkins, Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson in favour. Against? Councillor Duff against. The motion is carried 5 votes to 1. Very good discussion. Longer than we wanted, but anyway, we've got there.
Acting
Councillor
Mayor,
Shoemaker, yes.
shall we move the other planning item forward as well on the agenda, just while we've got the planning team in the room before breaking for lunch? It was just before this one, sorry.
Yep, no, we can
I'm
do
happy
that.
to
So
move a
17.1.
motion. Yes.
So the extension
the
of,
right one?
yeah, no, we can
Yep.
do that. So Councillor Shoemaker moves that we bring forward item 17.1 while we have the planning team in the room. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So 17.1, found on page 209, will be the next item to attend to. Thank you. Thanks for, yeah. Thank you. Alrighty, so we have that there, extension of currency period under Section 87 of the Planning Act 2016 to a preliminary approval for a material change of use, master planning, community and development permit for reconfiguring a lot or one lot into 23 lots plus parkland dedication over land at the corner of Youngman Street and Taylors Road, Kingaroy, and described as Lot 3 on SP 181686. Applicant is Kingaroy Investments Proprietary Limited, care of JFP Urban Consultants Proprietary Limited, and the officer's recommendation is that council approve the request to extend the currency periods pursuant to S86 of the Planning Act 2016 by 1 additional year from the 25th of September 23 until the 23rd of September 2024. So, do we have a mover for that? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. I just think this one's pretty straightforward. I don't, if you've got any questions or whatever, it's just asking for an extension on the currency period from September just expired to September next year. Councillor Shoemaker?
My only question in relation to this one, Councillor Jones, I know the community has actually watched this development with great anticipation over the past probably decade or so. I'm just wondering if there's any update or any indication of any works or anything happening in this space. I understand this is just purely for a extension of the period, but I also understand our planning team no doubt has had extensive conversations with this applicant and just would appreciate any update they may be able to provide. Happy if that can't be taken, if that's not public knowledge, but yeah, would appreciate it.
David, yep.
Through your chair, Councillor, you're correct. It's a straightforward extension, but it does relate to an old existing approval. It has had a number of extensions. The original approval dates back to 2012. The purpose of the extension is to allow us to consider a change application to the approval. The change application, as outlined in the report, is in broad terms seeks to align the approval more with the current planning scheme than the existing approval. So The extension is being made because the application is actually being progressed. The extension is for those discussions and that application to be decided. So there is progress in that space, and that application should be decided, if not by the end of the year, by January.
Yeah, thank you for the update. That's exciting to hear, so great. It certainly does make sense to bring it up to today's planning scheme conditions, so thank you.
Okay, so if there's no further conversation, did we have a mover for that? Yes, there we go. So moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Henson, that Council approve the request to extend the currency period pursuant to S86 of the Planning Act 2016 by 1 additional year from the 25th of September 23 until the 23rd of September 2024. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, David. I think you're done. Good job. No blood or anything, mate. It was all easy going. Okay, we'll go back to our normal agenda now. It's on page 202, 15.7, Tingura Hall Community Consultation. The officer's recommendation is that 1, Tingura Hall Community Consultation Meeting Update Report be accepted, and 2, an online community survey be undertaken as part of the Tingura Hall Community Consultation and a report be presented back to Council for future consideration. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Duff. Any comments or questions? I think we're all there. I think we've seen what it was. It's pretty straightforward, I think, unless there's any comments. Other, we'll go to the vote. Any questions? Councillor Shoemaker?
My only question's just around the time frame, like in terms of, we'll get the consultation. Sorry, I've just got to find the page on here. I made some notes, but my understanding is we'll get we'll have that survey, provide an opportunity for the community to provide further information, the broader community, about how or what kind of community purposes they may need a facility for and what that might look like. And it's great to talk about the potential to reuse timber if that's a decision that the community makes, but obviously no decision about the building has been made and its future. My question is, this is one of those matters which I know with the trustee arrangement, it's been quite a long churn and burn for council, but in terms of time frame for community consultation and what comes next, do you have any update about that?
Through you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, look, certainly it's a difficult time at the moment leading into Christmas for us to wrap up a lot of this community consultation and not rush things through. We are conscious of that, and that's probably why we have got this community survey, just to allow people to fill out the survey at their own time. But yeah, we would be keen to wrap up that community survey in the next week or fortnight, and bring a report back to council on just the first component, which was really just the community consultation about the hall. In terms of the future use of the space and the land, that's probably further discussions next year when we go back to the community and really work with a number of community groups and the school and the P&C and the Sports Association at Tingura about what that area could be utilised for in the future. So I think that's a second project. I think the first project is just to finalise the consultation on the Tingura Hall and bring that back to council, and through that we would present a number of items that the community have raised and how we've addressed and researched some of that, and then we can go forward from there about what council would like to do in the future regarding the hall. But yes, in terms of the land and the future space, I think we would leave that, and that would be a secondary item that would come out of it. And then that would just wrap up the first bit. And then, then we would move into Christmas and then caretaker mode. So that would just finalise that first component.
Thank you for the update. I think it's good to be clear on what we'll actually achieve by the end of the term. And I do think, you know, it's really great to be out there again with everybody progressing those conversations and to see that new energy in the township of Tingura that certainly, you know, another Vikings wing doesn't hurt, bring that energy and that vision and aspiration for Tingura up. I just want to, before closing out, Deputy Mayor Jones, I'm sure you would all agree, and I would like to congratulate Manager Leanne for leading that consultation in the hall the other day, the other night. That was really amazing work. It was a very difficult conversation to be having about what could be, and I think we turned what could have been a really ugly conversation into a really progressive conversation about the future of the future of Tingura, and I really do appreciate the time and effort you put into putting the presentation together and to really listening to everybody and really taking their views and their feedback forward, because that's not an easy task, and it's one that you're doing a lot of lately, but I was really impressed. You know, we've left, I think, all on the same page, so well done to you and your team, and thank you for the opportunity. Look forward to being able to hand something to the next council to progress this.
Thanks, Councillor. Yep. And yes, I think there's one thing that we need to understand. The amount, everyone wants to have community consultation, but there's a process with consultation as well. There's a process, there's a list, and we just need to follow that process and not jump the queue and all that sort of stuff and get everything out of whack. So I think at some stage we need to sit back and say, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, it's very important to you, but we have a process, we've got a list of projects before you, and you just need to wait until we get there. But that community consultation, totally agree, but we just need to, it works for everywhere else that we go in council, and there's a process and a list and a pecking order and all that. So very good. So if there's no further questions or comments, Councillor Henson, you're done? Yep.
Well, I don't know. I'm done all right. Yeah. And yeah, reiterate, as Councillor Shoemaker, and I pass on to Manager Leanne, there were some actual really nice emails that were forwarded to the fact that you facilitated that meeting that night. Tingura's embraced that hall for 14 years. It's been sitting there, and there's been a lot of argument about what they should and shouldn't do with it and what it was and what it wasn't. It was let go to that disrepair, but the community there has actually embraced to actually do something with it. And that's, as you stated, there's a lot of stages to work through there. And the first one, of course, is getting some direction to be able to sit there and talk to that community and say, well, we'd be able, if it was dismantled and we could try and reuse something that we get out of that hall, or whether how it's salvaged or what. That wasn't even a conversation you could have 2 years ago with the community. So they've come a long way. They have come a long way, that community down there, to embrace something happening with that facility. You can forget the refurbishing of it. That doesn't even come into the conversation, which was actually a breath of fresh air, and I thank the other councillors for there that night. But yeah, that's a wonderful step forward for that little community down there to finally get something happening in that space. And it'll be a lot of work in progress there still, but it'll be so good to get those that security fence pulled down there and something happening there.
Thanks, Councillor. So we'll go to the motion there, moved by Councillor Henson, second by Councillor Duff, that the Tingura, the Tingura Hall Community Consultation Meeting Update Report be accepted, and 2, an online community survey be undertaken. As part of the Tingura Hall Community Consultation, and report be presented back to Council for future consideration. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Page 203, 15.8, request for a flying fox in First Settlers Park, Benarkan. The officer's recommendation that requests for a flying fox be considered in future stages of the First Settlers Park development and Council's 10-year capital works program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, second to Councillor Shoemaker. I think it's straightforward. Go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 15.9 on 204, Boondooma Community Centre Community Consultation. Officer's recommendation is that 1, the Geelong Community Hall Committee Incorporated enter into a deed of licence to occupy over the Boondooma Community Centre, and 2, delegate powers to the CEO pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009 to complete the agreement. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Erkins. Again, we're all there, we've seen it. Happy to go to the vote. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 205, Trustee Leased Enduro Sports Association Incorporated. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council 1 resolves that the exception in Local Government Regulation 2012 Section 2361B2 applies to council for the disposal by way of a grant of a lease of the valuable non-current asset, which is Lot 91, on Crown Plan FY 2885 to the Tingura Sports Association Incorporated, and 2, delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the trustee lease between Council and Tingura Sports Association Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers as satisfactory to Council. We have a mover, Councillor Henson, seconder, Councillor Shoemaker. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. This is the way. 1511, Trusteeship of Reserve, Lot 80 on FY 2562. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council become trustees of the reserve allotment on Bunyan Mountains Road, Bunyan Mountains known as Lot 80 FY 2562, and pursuant to Section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, the Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to complete the transfer of trusteeship. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconder, Councillor Duff. Go to the vote. If no comments, all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 1512, Mergen Dog Park Community Consultation. The officer's recommendation is that 1, the location of 19 Douglas Street, Mergen, be reserved for future development of a dog park facility, and 2, consideration of funding the project in the 10-year Building Capital Works program and or alternative funding opportunities through grants. We have a mover, Councillor Duff, seconder, Councillor Potter. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Righto. I'll move that we bring item 15.1, 1513. It's in our late agenda items, and you'll find it on page 11 in the late agenda items. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. So, the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer for a grant application to be submitted for funding under the Queensland Government's Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Duff. I think this one is straightforward. We're applying for a grant. I think it's a great thing. If there's any comments or anything around that before we go to the vote. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just being that this is the first time it's before council, is there, anything in particular that the team would like to bring to council's attention before we put this one to the vote?
Manager Leanne.
Certainly. We're having a look through this funding application. It is a new one for our section to just work through. What it is that there are a number of strategies already in place. There's a Queensland cycling strategy, there's a Queensland action plan for cycling, and in those plans, they've actually got priority areas already identified. Now, a lot of those areas are within the urban areas of our townships. So we're just trying to work through about the rail trail, how the rail trails actually link into those priority plans and those priority maps. It's certainly all through the through the cycling strategy and the cycling action plan, but not necessarily not defined in the priority mapping network. So we're just clarifying that with TMR because they certainly have indicated to us that they would like to see some of our rail trail future projects under this program. So we're just working through the guidelines and how that sits within the guidelines and their priorities that they've identified in their guidelines that you can see attached to the report. This project or this grant is a 50% contribution, so council would have to contribute 50% of the cost to this grant. So that's something that we have to look into a little bit as well. But unfortunately, there's a very short time frame for this grant to be submitted. So it's due on the 14th of December. So there's a lot of interest, and we've had several meetings with the South Burnett user group. We've also met with and had talked through with the Brisbane Valley working group as well, and also those connection links between Yarraman to the Nango. Initially, that's what we thought was a great project. There was a couple of key areas in there around that Yarraman Creek crossing that we thought the project the grant would be used to design what needs to happen to allow that trail section through that creek to be fixed. Unfortunately, yeah, as I said, I've just got to work through the guidelines a little bit more because the priority cycling network maps doesn't include Yarraman. So they're the sorts of conversations we're having with TMR at the moment. But just wanted to see if council was keen to see a grant put in, but we obviously still need to meet all of the eligibility requirements of the grant. Otherwise, it won't be funded, so it'd be a waste of our time trying to make a submission. But we just wanted to make sure that council was supportive of us continuing to progress and look at that grant opportunity.
My only question about that is if, for whatever reason, the rail trails, let's say by the 15th of December, the time that you're working on this, aren't an option, is there an option to put some of our existing cycle network footpath projects or something like that potentially up this grant? The reason why I ask this is because we put a lot of work into that King Street intersection onto the rail trail and trying to bring the rail trail actually into Kingaroy, into the centre of Kingaroy. It's all unsealed at the moment, and since we've put the George Street car park in, there really is a need to try to delineate the rail trail, in my opinion, from vehicles and people and those sorts of things. It's quite a busy place. I'm just thinking, as you're working through this project, I believe James had done a lot of work on that length in the past, and I'm wondering if it were, or there could be others that I'm not aware of, but I know that one was a pretty important one when we started. Are you collectively able to look at some of those opportunities?
Yep.
Through the chair, for me, so you're right, we've previously put that project up at the rail trail a couple of times. James has been successful in securing design money this year for the King Street intersection.
Yeah.
Our understanding is once that design solution has been found, then we'll be able to look at possibly progressing a rail trail design through there. So we believe that that's been the feedback is why I've been unsuccessful there in the past, is that the department's looking for a solution for that intersection and then work their way back from there. So that very much on our radar to extend that section at some point.
Yeah, thank you. I just think this has sort of highlighted that need to really think about those cycle ways, the footpaths. Certainly, I know even just looking at the local housing action plan and the population projections and the number of aged residents relying on scooters and mobility, having cycleways and places that are safe for people of all ages to be able to access our towns and villages the way they need to is really important, I think, now and into the future, particularly with the rising cost of living. I think we'll see more and more people choose to cycle, and I know some of the feedback is that there's a lot of, I know my children would ride to school every day if there was safe, and suitable cycleways to get them there, and I think that is a challenge for a number of particularly our villages. We've talked about this for Hivesville before, for Proston, and certainly I think any opportunity to sort of maybe what this has done is highlighted that need, that if grants are going to become available in this space, over the longer term we might need to start chipping out a bit of a shovel-ready pipeline of potential projects that we can put into funding applications like this, because I think we all agree that infrastructure is really important, and unfortunately every year when we do our budget it seems to be the thing where we put 100 grand in here or 100 grand in there. It's really not, to achieve that bigger connectivity goal will take us a very long time. So yeah, I really appreciate you bringing it forward. Good luck in terms of meeting that time frame, and by all means I'd probably just request, it doesn't have to come back through a council meeting, but if you do put an application forward, we'd just really appreciate an email or something that actually just lets us know what you've decided to put forward. So thank you for the conversation.
Thanks, Councillor. And yeah, the conversations I've had with Main Roads and the Minister and all that, as I said to you, I think we're in with a good chance. We spoke about facilities in Blackbutt, the Yarraman section to Nanango, the Kingaroy crossing and the Mergen crossing also to get across the highway and traffic islands and all that. So that was all mentioned all the way along there. So, okay.
And I believe
Yep.
Minister Bailey was keen to come up for a pie and a cycle through Blackbutt too, Councillor Jones. So now Councillor Henson has his pushy. You know, maybe we could talk with Minister Bailey about getting him up here for that pie and bike ride. I think all of us, Councillor Erkins is buying a new bicycle. I think it'd be good to see us out there on the trail.
You are 100% right, Councillor Shoemaker. He is keen to come up for a pie. I've got to shout him a pie and ride the bikeway, but I'm telling you what, if he knew anything about Councillor Henson in Lycra, I don't think he'll come up the range. So we'll keep moving. Okay. He stole the bike at an auction on Saturday night at the mountain. So we've got the Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program, moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Duff, that the South Burnett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer for a grant application to be submitted for funding under the Queensland Government Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Now, I'll be driven by you guys. It's now 1:45. We shouldn't have much more to get through to the end of the meeting, I wouldn't think. There's nothing that I can see. So do we want to push forward and break for lunch? Yeah, righto. Okay. So we'll get through to the confidential section anyway and see how we go. I think we can get through confidential quite quick, Mr. CEO. We'll see how we go. Righto. 18.2 on page 517 is questions on notice. Planning scheme community consultation. The question was, will the community consultation be submissions on the planning scheme or submissions on the major amendment only? Oh, sorry. That's what you were looking at before, T, wasn't it? You were saying, what are you doing? My apologies. Questions on notice, page 516, 18.1, Proston's QCWA shed or shipping container. The following question was received from Councillor Duff. Is there still communication with Proston QCWA regarding Lease A in Lot 5 on RP 904174 and their proposal for a shipping container rather than a shed? Councillor Duff, are you happy with the response?
Thank you, Acting Chair. So no, the CWA, they still want a shipping container. They don't want to put a shed there. They don't think there's a space there, and they don't think a shed is going to be as secure as a shipping container. And they think that it's going to be aesthetically more pleasing than a shed because they've got a little space there that would fit a container, and they would do it the same colour. So, yeah, they definitely want a shipping container as opposed to a shed. So I don't know whether there's an option for that or whether we can work around that.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. I mean, yeah, staff are continuing to talk to the organisation around our preference is the shed. By the time you get a shipping container engineered, designed and footings designed and all that sort of stuff, it's just as cheap to go out and get a pre-engineered, even if it's just a single garage shed, and hopefully, you know, through some grant funding, they can get the application and funding to construct it. So conversations that are ongoing, but their preference is, go towards, we think, it's easier to go down the shed path than a shipping container path.
Sorry, Acting Chair, but just so if they prefer to have a shipping container, can they actually negotiate that with you, or is it not legal to have a shipping container where they want it? Or?
Through Acting Mayor, I mean, they still need to get all the appropriate building approvals,
so they can still do it?
Which would be a lot more challenging than a shed.
Yep, okay, thank you. I'm happy to move that the question on notice be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 18.2, Planning Scheme Community Consultation. Read through it. This also was received by Councillor Duff. Will the community consultation be submissions on the planning scheme or submissions on the major amendment? Councillor, are you happy with the response?
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair.
You'd like to move that? Yes.
Thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. Go to the vote. All those in favour, unanimous. Thank you. it is. Ongoing operational costs at Proston Lookout. The following question on notice was received by Councillor Henson. What will be the ongoing operational cost for the Proston Lookout? Councillor, are you happy with that? With the response there?
Yeah, I am. Thank you for the detailed submission there on the costs. I'm just a little blown away as to born there when it could have, should have been gravel in my opinion and saved some money, but yeah, thank you.
You'd like to move that? Yep. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 18-4, 5... Oh, Councillor Duff, you lights on?
Oh.
Yep. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
Acting Mayor. Just on that, I've had a conversation, I don't know whether Councillor Duff has, that there's some concern about access now because of that park area into, there is an allotment on that corner. It's only the size of approximately a house allotment, I believe. And it's actually owned by Richard Grimes' daughter. And she's concerned about access into there because of that park now. I'll just bring that to your attention. There's no access off the highway into that block, and there's only access in through that park. So bring that to council's attention, and I'm happy for that to be a question on notice if that's all right, and investigate that.
Yep, correct. Take that on notice. There is a gateway just above that that lookout. That's their access point into that block you're talking. Yep. Okay, 18-4, allotments in Blackbutt. The following question was received by Councillor Shoemaker. What is the history and context of the lots in Morris Street, Blackbutt that are listed on the Environmental Management Register? Councillor, are you happy with the response there?
My computer just died. Yes, thank you. And actually, happy to move it. I think it's really exciting that we're actually doing that work to understand whether they could be used potentially for housing and finish off that Morris Street area there. Clearly from the report, it was used as part of the railway line, and perhaps there was no actual, chemical usage on the property that actually, ascertains why it should be removed from the Environmental Management Register. So really, grateful for the work happening there. I think that's a unique opportunity for Blackbutt.
Thanks, Councillor. So Councillor Shoemaker moves that. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Potter. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Mr CEO, that's confidential as well. So everything's confidential now. Councillor Erkins.
Sorry, I just don't know if this is the appropriate time to raise it, but I've got a question on notice I'd like to ask. We've had a resident to GM Brooks. We've had a resident with a property in Broadman's Road asking about rubbish removal, and she sent that in numerous times, and we haven't had an answer for her. So can I just have that as a question on notice to how we're going with her pickup of rubbish?
Yeah, through you, acting, happy to take that on. I see I've got an email only 10 minutes ago in relation to it, and we've been dealing with the state member's office in relation to her inquiry. So, we'll develop a response.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, so that brings us to the confidential section. So I'll move a procedural motion that we move into confidential, seconded by Councillor Henson. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. What? Okay, I apologise for my error of ways picked up by Mr. CEO. I didn't read out the items why we were going into confidential. So I will move a motion that we come back out of confidential. Okay, we haven't gone in properly, so we're still in general. Don't need that. I move a motion that we now go into confidential because of 20.1, consideration for remission on rates, assessment 21247/10000/000, 31065/00000/000, and 31015/00000/000. This matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254JD of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with rating concessions. 20.2, Glendon Street Amenities Electricity Update. This matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to the commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. 20.3, potential purpose of community health building Kingaroy. This matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. 20.4, landfill operations and supervision of waste facilities tender. This matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. I would now like to move a motion that we go into confidential, seconded by Councillor Henson. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. We are now in confidential. So do I? That's straight in. Yep. Okay, we go to 20.1. Consideration for remission of rates assessment 21247/100000/000 31065/00000/000 and 31015/00000/000. The officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council does not accede to the request for a rate remission for rate assessments, as I've just read out, effective from 1st of July 2023, as it is not fully compliant with Council's policy. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Erkins. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 20.2, Glendon Street. Where are we? Roll it up. There we go. Glendon Street Amenities Electricity Update. The officer's recommendation is that Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to make an application for an exceptional circumstances exemption in relation to the power connection of the Glendon Street amenities until the potential purpose of the adjacent community health building is resolved. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. We'll jump to 20.4 and leave the CEO in here. And that is the landfill operations and supervision of waste facilities tender. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council resolves 1, to award contract 22/23/22 waste facilities operations and supervision to Proterra Group Proprietary Limited. 2, to award contract 22/23/23 landfill operations to Proterra Group Proprietary Limited. And 3, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate any relevant contract amendments resulting from the contract departures proposed by Proterra, which are deemed acceptable by the evaluation panel. And 4, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate any relevant contract adjustments to reflect the award of both contracts to a single contractor. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconder. Councillor Erkins. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Do you need to depart, Mr. CEO, for the last one? Thank you. And 20.3, potential purpose of community health building, Kingaroy. Thank you. Okay, so the recommendation there is that the South Burnett Regional Council offer to purchase a property from the State of Queensland, represented by Queensland Health, on 1, contract of sale to be in accordance with 1, Local Government Regulation 2012, 2, Queensland Government Land Transaction Policy 2021, 3, SBRC Procurement Policy, and 4, SBRC Investment Policy, and 2, pursuant to Section 2571B of the Act, the Council resolves to delegate to the CEO the power to negotiate terms and bring a report back to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you all very much for your participation. And it's been a long day, a good day, great outcomes. Anyone online, thank you all very much. And we enjoy the rest of your day and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.